Good evening, everyone. The Town of Los Gatos Planning Commission meeting for this evening is now called to order. And take a moment, please, to silence your devices if you haven't done so. And I'll begin with the roll call, beginning with Commissioner Stump.
Here.
Commissioner Sorty.
Here.
Commissioner Thomas.
Here.
Commissioner Burnett.
Here.
Commissioner Mayer.
Here.
And I am here as well. So we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, thanks to our Commissioner Thomas.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So a few special remarks before we get started. First, apologies for my voice, my sniffing, and my coughing. This is an epic allergy season, yes. And then a couple other points. In tonight's meeting, any person who wishes to speak must be recognized by the chair. All participants must speak from the mic at the podium or else on Zoom. Comments are to be directed to the Planning Commission as a body and not to the audience. And no person other than commissioners, staff, and persons having the floor are permitted to enter into the discussion. And to assure there's sufficient time for all people to speak, there's no yielding of time to another speaker. So as the Planning Commission conducts the meeting this evening, we encourage active participation by the public, which is essential to our democracy and to the important work of the Planning Commission. Public input is very much welcome and is always carefully considered. The public's participation can occur in several ways. First, written comments about agenda items may be submitted to the staff prior to the meeting, and we have a number of those. And during the meeting, there are two opportunities to speak. First, verbal communications on matters that are not on the agenda for tonight's meeting. And during the hearing on agenda items 2, 3, and 4, any member of the public may speak about that item. The public hearing on item 5, Farley Road, has been closed, but it may be reopened if approved by the Commission. And you'll be advised of your time to speak on these items. If you wish to address the Commission tonight during verbal communications, please raise your hand in the Zoom app, or for those here in person, provide a card. I only have one at this point. And when you are asked to speak again, please come to the microphone and speak directly into it because the meeting is being recorded. And also when you're called to speak, please state your name and address if you wish, otherwise you can speak anonymously. And it's necessary that your comments be limited to 3 minutes. So we'll begin with the verbal communications portion of our meeting, during which members of the public may speak on any item that is not on the agenda. And I have a card from Seuss.
Okay, I'd like to speak on 10-day rule, again, on big ticket issues like agenda number 5. I sent in the paper article, or I hope it's in the thing, but there's no mention of it. It's I think the town in general this is getting out of hand, and it could easily go legally, and by not informing the town, you're putting the town in legal jeopardy, and the town would have to pay, and you're not elected officials. I'd rather see you guys push it up to the council. Another thing is the World Cup. I've been talking about the World Cup. It's less than it's 30 days or less than a month away, and there's going to be a lot of publicity because we won Brazil won it, and when Brazil's playing, they're to show flashbacks to Los Gatos, And I want to tell, you guys, if there's a billion people watching, they'll look at some of the stuff and they'll bring that up. And we're on, we'll be under the mic, the headlines, hey, where's this little town? And I think there'll be a lot more people coming in because especially when the Brazilians play, whenever, you have watch parties and they'll go to Los Gatos, and if a Brazilian fan base is there, or certain fan bases, they'll do that. So heads up on that. I think we should have been planning and doing stuff, and I don't see any real work or commitment from the town into any of this stuff. So those are my two things, and I do have a push me pull you for the two members, because it's that they were here on Agenda 5. I'd like to hand that out to them. Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay.
Thank you for your comments. And we also have a comment card from Lee Quintana. You'd come up. Thank you.
My comment, excuse me, comment is actually on item 5, but since I was not able to get an answer as to whether the commission was going to receive additional public testimony or not, I would like to make a comment, not specific to
Chairperson, I'm sorry. This portion of the agenda is for comments on items that are not on the agenda.
As I pointed out,
but you
there's really no but if you want to speak on the Farley matter.
so you're going to determine whether the public can speak on the Farley matter.
The Planning Commission will, yes.
Even though there's a lot of new information on it.
That's correct. Okay, so we'll now move on to the consent calendar. We have one item, being the approval of the minutes of our meeting of April 22nd. And before the Planning Commission acts on the consent calendar, any member of the commission may request that that item be removed. Are there any such requests? I see none. So do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Mr. Burnett, thank you. Discussion? Not raise your hand if you agree. Consent? And it's unanimous. Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda item number 2, to consider an appeal of a community development director decision to deny a request to remove a pre-1941 property from the historic resources inventory for property zoned R1D located at 241 Los Gatos Boulevard, APN 52924-025. Request for review PHST 26009. Exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, and the property owner and appellant is Ms. Nima Rui, and you're invited to come up and speak at this time. Thank you.
Through the chair, would you like a presentation from staff?
I apologize. Let's hear from staff first.
Thank you.
My omission.
Great. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. Erin Walters, Senior Planner. Before you this evening is an appeal from the Community Development Director's decision to deny a request to remove a property at 241 Los Gatos Boulevard from the Historic Resource Inventory. Per the Santa Clara County Assessor's records, this resident was constructed in 1911, and per the 1990 Ann Bloomfield survey, the residence was constructed in the 1920s. While the property is not located within a historic district or a landmark and historic preservation overlay, it is included in the Bloomfield survey with a preliminary rating of indicating that the house residence is historic, although altered. Historic records, including the Sanborn maps, show that the residence existed in 1928 and was generally maintained to its original footprint through 1956 with an additional rear addition. On May 25th, the Historic Preservation Committee reviewed the request to remove the item from the Historic Resources Inventory, and the committee recommended denial of this request, finding that they could not make finding number 3, which is related to the residence lacking distinctive characteristics of type and period. And then on March 26th, the Community Development Director denied the request for the removal, and the decision was appealed by the appellant on April 2nd. The appellant has provided additional materials to the Planning Commission for consideration, including justification for the 5 required findings for removal. In addition, on Monday, the Commission received an addendum on this item. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Are there questions for staff at this time? I see none. Okay, so we'll go back and ask the applicant to approach the podium, please. State your name and address if you would.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nima Ruhi, and I'm the... Better now? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nima Ruhi, and I'm the owner and the applicant in this case. And thanks for your time and opportunity to present my appeal case at this meeting. So if you could go to next slide, please. So in order for a house to be considered historic, 5 criteria must be evaluated. So we had a meeting with HPC, as Erin mentioned, on March 25th, and we reviewed all 5, and HPC agreed on number 1, 2, 4, and 5 that the house does meet the required findings to remove from inventory. Criteria number 3 was the one that was questioned by HPC, and through new findings here, I'm presenting the reasons that it should be not included in the historic. So if you could go to the next one, please. So criteria number 3 is ask whether the house has distinctive characteristic of type, method, or work of a or representation of a work of a master. And through the methodology here, I'm going to review all of them and show the justification not to meet criteria number 3. So if you could go to the next one, please. So first methodology is physical and visual inspection. I took pictures all around the property. This is the front side and rear side of the property. You can see the main entrance door was changed. This is contemporary door, machine manufactured, and the dual pane upper glass is also contemporary. The roof rafter tails are covered by the contemporary gutter. There is a porch in the front side that was enclosed after 1956. And the window is also changed after 1990. And there's an addition to the house, also to the rear side with new vinyl windows. And also the roof is completely changed with the contemporary composite shingle material. So if you go to the next one, please. And next one. So one of the most important findings during my investigation was that this house has gone through a lot of modification on the front facade. The major one is 100% of the sidings of the front elevation was removed and replaced after 1990. And that's by town code is a technical demo. Another one is all around the house, more than 50% of the siding is also removed and replaced after 1990 Bloomfield survey. And that's another technical demo. So the house went through 2 technical demos in addition to the changes that I mentioned to the door and the windows. If you go back one slide. Go back one slide, please. So the windows all around the house, more than 65% of them are either vinyl or metal, which is atypical and compatible material and is inconsistent. Even the ones that are wood, most of them, or almost all of them, I would say, was put after 1990, after the Bloomfield survey. If you could go 2 slides further. Yeah. So this is one of the most important slides of this presentation. On the left side, you can see the oldest image that I could find in documents, which is the image included in the Bloomfield survey. And on the right side is the current house. So you can see from top to bottom, the roof material was changed to contemporary composite shingle. The main door was changed as we spoke. The main bedroom window was changed. Also, the size and shape and materials all changed. But one of the most important things that I want to emphasize here is the porch elements. So column is one of the historic characters of a porch. And you can see the column shape, architecture, base, and size all changed in the porch. And also the porch height was also changed. So it comes and covers the base of the column. So all the architecture and material of the porch is also changed after, all of them are after 1990, Bloomfield survey. If you could go to next, please. So here is a table that shows whether this house could distinctively represent a type, method, or period of construction of or work of a craftsman. So I got the list of 10 most important items of a historic bungalow based on published literature, A Field Guide to American Houses by Virginia McAllister. And you can see out of 10 items, only 2 could partially meet, and one is the roof, which we know the material was changed after 1990, and the porch, which was architecturally and materially changed. So I'm just being generous towards the historic side. Still, only 2 out of 10 are met. So if you could next, please. So based on all of these facts, the 241 Los Gatos Boulevard is not a craftsman bungalow. In fact, as the vice chair of HPC mentioned,
Your time is up, but we do see the slide.
Okay.
And why don't we take a minute to read it?
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you for your comments.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. So, so we now invite comments from the public.
You have any questions?
I'm sorry. Do commissioners have questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you again.
Okay, all right, thanks.
I did have one question for staff that I missed on. Should I wait?
You'll wait for staff
I'll
until
wait.
afterwards. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Okay, so now we'll invite comments from members of the public. If you've already turned in a card, we appreciate that. We don't have any cards on this item. Does
I
anyone?
think there was one turned in, Vice Chair.
4 and 5.
It's Miss Quintana. We can see if we can find it later.
Oh, I'm sorry. It got misplaced because of the other speaker. My fault. Okay, thank you, Ms. Quintana.
I'm a member of the Historic Preservation Committee, and I'm not speaking for the Historic Preservation Committee. I'm speaking for myself. I have a couple of questions that I would appreciate if the commissioner could answer after I've finished talking. One, I have a comment on the fact that in the past it's always been a requirement that if there is an appeal, that the appellant provides the verbatim transcript of that section of the meeting that they are on. Excuse me. And I think there's a good reason for that. I think in the motion that you have on your staff report, excuse me, I'm going to skip that just for the time being. I want to go back to what a significant pre-1941 structure is. The town identifies 3 different significant historic buildings. One, landmarks, which are specific to themselves, site only. Don't need to be in a historic district. The other is historic districts, where there may be no landmark buildings at all, but it's the entire district that forms the feeling for which is being proposed as a landmark. And the third is a pre-1941 structure that is outside a historic district. There's a lot of confusion about that. The committee itself has discussed it, and we have asked for clarifications to the code and to the guidelines and various other things. We talk about the Sanborn survey. Well, part of the Sanborn survey was identifying potential new historic districts. And if a building was determined that it would be a contributor to an historic district, if there was one, it was in the survey. That statement was in the survey. That statement is also in our code under demolition. I'm running out of time. I have so many more things to say, but it seemed to anticipate that, because one of the things that you cannot do is demolish a pre-1941 that is a potential contributor to a historic district.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Are there questions for the speaker? Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, thank you for coming tonight, Ms. Quintana. Did you have any specific comments on 241, the home before us on Los Gatos Boulevard?
Yes, I do. I think that, for one thing, the motion that is in your minutes does not contain information that was in the audio, which was that this would be exempt from a technical demo if they were to replace the siding, the windows, etc., at a later time. That would not count towards a technical demo. Also, the addition is in the back is something that probably would have been location-wise approved by the Historic Preservation Committee. It's where we would like to see them. So there's a, and there are lots of porch enclosures, one of which we even approved quite recently. This maintains the structure of the porch, so it could be easily converted back to a porch if somebody wanted to in the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Quintana? Don't think any. Thank you very much for your comments. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
We do. So, Ms. Yamamoto, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, yes. Thank you. It would be one thing bungalow style.
Ms. Yamamoto, you're really cutting out significantly.
Hopefully you can hear me. Just want to make sure that we stick with, especially on Los Gatos Boulevard, the elements of our town need to be preserved. And if they were going to just make it more pre-1941 style, that would be one thing, but they're going to demolish it and put up a totally modern looking building, home, and that's wrong. If they wanted a newer building, they should have bought one that wasn't in a historical area. I'm sorry, it's just, I'm getting tired of our town being destroyed by people coming in, buying up the homes, and making them not look like Los Gatos. I hope that you do not give these people permission to change the style of the home. If they wanted to go back to a pre-1941, that would be one thing. But they're not. They're going to totally destroy it, put up a 2-story whatever home that looks nothing like anything else in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yamamoto. Any questions from commissioners? See none. Thank you. Anyone else on Zoom?
There is not.
All right. Then the applicant can come up and make a closing statement for up to 3 minutes, if you wish.
All right. Thank you again. Actually, I had a closing statement, but I think I have to answer the public comment because I respect them. So Ms. Quintana mentioned the porch enclosure. Yes, but my application is not based on the porch was enclosed. It's based on the porch doesn't have any architectural distinction of a even pre-1990 that was put in the Bloomfield survey. So this porch is architecturally and materially completely different from even after 1990. Before 1990, sorry. One thing that I mentioned in my packet as well, I think we're going towards not the right direction to look at this application. This is just to remove this property from historic inventory based on the facts. So mentioning that, oh, it's exempt from siding change or windows change, that I'm not applying to change the sidings or windows. I'm not applying to demolish the house as the Zoom person mentioned that. And then this is not a historic area. This is in non-historic area. So that was not the right fact that mentioning this is historic area has to be preserved. There are houses across the street that were built in 2015 and after that are, if you look at them, you think they're historic, but they're not historic, but they all kept the elements of a historic house, even more than what I have, and it was in the package that I submitted. So giving the intention to my application that, hey, this guy is going to demolish or change or build a two, I'm not doing that. I mean, there's nothing in the application indicating that, so I appreciate if the committee doesn't go toward that direction because that's where HBC also went towards that. And they already approved new sidings and new windows, which was not in the application. Anyways, so back to my point, is this house a bungalow? Yes. Is this house old? Of course. Are these two valid requirements or criteria by town's code to include a house in historic inventory? No. And this is not in a historic area. It's not a preserved area. I want to once again remind us of the most important and substantial modification made to this house that validate the loss of integrity and distinctive character to remove it from the inventory. I mean, the changes to the house are substantial. Technical demolition twice, 100% of the sidings removed and replaced on the facade, more than 50% all around the house. Substantial number of original features have been removed, compromised, or even do not exist. This is a vernacular bungalow. It means non-distinctive bungalow. After 1990, these are the major changes. Sidings, entry door, windows, roof material, porch columns, shape, and architecture. Columns base, which is a character defining, all gone. Column height is changed. Porch elevation is changed. The roof rafter tails are all covered by contemporary gutter. And more than 25% of original square foot was added after 1990 or 1956. And this is not in historic district again. So it's a just modest and simplified version of a style that would not rise to the level of a local landmark or possessing any distinctive characteristic of a type, period, or method of construction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask commissioners if they have questions for you at this time. I have a question for you. You mentioned the columns at the porch as a non-defining feature, but they do taper, don't they, toward the base?
Well, that taper column is put after 1990. So again, I would quote the house across the street, two of them. They have tapered columns. They have rafter tails coming out of the roof. So if you could go back to my presentation, I could show you. So the columns in 1990 were all straight with the base and longer. And are we showing the presentation? So this new tapered one was put after 1990. So this is not a historic column. This was put after that.
I see your point now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the architecture and shape of it was changed completely. The base are gone. Porch size is changed. So everything is after everything all around the house. The windows, the porch, the columns, the features, all after 90. If you can see, nothing looks like pre-1990 features.
So I had one other question. If I recall correctly, is there sort of a scallop siding design on the side of the house?
No, it's all shingles, wood shingles, and all of them were put after 1990.
On the sides of the homes? On the left and the right sides of the house? There's no scalloping? I thought I saw that.
I don't know what scalloping means. I'm not an expert on that.
Like a curved design on some of the siding.
The sidings are all wood shingle. I don't see any
I
curved ones.
apologize.
I'm
misremembering that. So,
Okay.
other questions? I don't think Okay, thank you. You do have a question?
I'm sorry, you were kind of rushing at the end there to get everything. So can you just read a list that you read of all of the changes? Because that was not like that version of the list that you read out was not really
Sure.
in the packet.
I'll go over that
Right?
again. So
Okay.
100% of the front facade sidings are removed and replaced after 90. Everything that I'm mentioning here is after 1990. And we don't know even the image that was included in the Bloomfield survey is the original house or not, but that is the oldest one we have. So I'm basing everything off of that image. So 100% of sidings, front facade, more than 50% of all around the house, entrance door, the windows, more than 65% are vinyl or metal. Even the wood one on the front side was changed after 1990. The roof material is contemporary asphalt shingle. Porch, we talked about porch column, porch height, porch base, and the shape of the columns, and the roof rafter tails are covered by contemporary gutter. The height of the porch was changed because now it's covering the base of the columns, and more than 25% of the square footage added. And yeah, these are the main items.
Okay, I think it was just the door that I had missed. Okay, and then for when you were talking about the tails, there's still, you were saying it's covered by the addition of the gutter.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So can I comment on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So based on the previous house that was discussed here, 16805 Loma Street, back in August 13th of 2025, the items that were changed or covered for that house that was eventually removed from the historic was not even half of the items that I'm mentioning here, including the rafter tails there that was covered.
Thank you. Thank you. We have to see each item individually, but
No, I understand. I was just answering your.
Thank you. Yeah.
About rafter tails. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Okay. I have a question for staff, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll now close the public portion of the public hearing on item 2 and ask if commissioners have questions of staff, wish to make comments, or propose a motion. Yes.
I have 2 questions of staff. The first question is about decision making. When we're making our decision tonight about how to vote on this item, should we be considering what might be done with the property in the future?
No.
Okay. And then my second question is related to roof materials. Obviously, getting a wood shingled roof is not is not possible these days to replace that. So what in the town of Los Gatos and along with HPC, what is kind of the guidance been with regards to how we are updating those roofs?
Composition roof is pretty standard for replacement.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Sorty.
Yeah, I just had a question about the findings. From reading the staff report, it appears, because it's kind of baked into the motion, that the decision was based on finding number 3. And I guess I'm wondering, did the HPC go on record on any of the other 4 findings? And do we have anything in the record about how they saw the site as far as consistency with those 4?
Thank you for the question. So the emphasis on when the motion's made at the HPC for a denial is to ensure that the finding or findings that they were unable to make for removal in this case are included in the motion. So with that, the other findings, I believe, were made during that meeting. And that was finding 3 that was the hang up and the support for the denial recommendation.
Can I follow up? Just so there's 5 findings that need to be able to be made. They need to be considered. as removal, and it appears as though they were able to make 4, but not 1.
Yeah, I think we're confusing it because they're actually negative findings, but yeah, it was the one finding that they were unable to make.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Mayor.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Can you just explain the definition, the town's definition of a technical demolition, if that applies to the framing, which is my understanding, or if just removing and replacing the siding counts as a technical demolition?
Thank you for the question. So for pre-1941 homes and historic homes, they are, it's a different definition than the framing. So we are looking at siding. So it would be the removal of more than 25% on the front elevation or street-facing elevations, and a total removal of 50% total. So anything more than 50%, and then that 25% on the front would qualify as a technical demolition, and it would, if someone applied for a new home, it would have to go through the demolition and a brand new home application.
Further questions? So just to enlarge on that, what would you say is the legal significance of a technical demo in the context of this application or appeal?
Staff does not have any record of the replacement of that siding, so there's no record. And so what we see in the field is that the original siding has been removed on the front elevation completely, and that would be considered a technical demolition.
Yeah, understood, but I guess it's a question for the town attorney. If it's a technical definition, does that have, demolition, excuse me, does that have an impact on the decision of the commission regarding the appeal?
So I read the staff report to say that there are 5 findings. And so if the decision-making body finds that there are remaining distinctive characteristics of type, period, or method of construction, that is a that would be a basis for denying an appeal for removal.
So the technical demo is basically irrelevant for findings?
Demo in these findings, but I'll defer to the planning manager.
I can add that, no, the technical demolition isn't baked into the findings. It's been used as justification by applicants in the past for removal of the inventory and has been approved by the HPC, and using that justification, removals have occurred at the HPC and granting of appeals by the Planning Commission on denials for removal from by the HPC. So there's some weight to it, but there's no technical, hate to use that term, but there's no technical tie to it in the code.
In the code, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Burnett?
Yes, I would just like to make the comment that I would vote in favor of denial of this appeal based on the fact that it still has, it's an architectural type. It still demonstrates a certain architectural type of time and place, a California cottage. It has period character. And noted in the Bloomfield study, she did address and knew about the alterations, and she still considered it to be historic or a contributor. The features that were talked about by the applicant, they can easily be removed or upgraded or changed. They have no impact on the basic structure or the architectural type that we're talking about here. And this is an important area. It's Los Gatos Boulevard coming into our town, so I think a different look at it, even though we do go by, our findings. But
Chairperson, just a reminder that now that we have Rosenberg's Rules of Order, there needs to be a motion on the table before a discussion begins.
Oh.
Well, I did invite comments, but yeah, if you want to make that in the form of a motion, we can discuss it further. Thank you.
I would make that part of the motion, that I would make a motion to deny the appeal based on what I brought up.
Is there a second? I'm not seeing. Oh, okay. Commissioner Stump seconds. So any discussion?
I complete my discussion. So I think I hit the high points. Again, I think this is, if you look at it, and aside from that, my house was built in 1925, and the windows were, the porch was included exactly like the one there with windows, and that was done later, and it was done well before 1990. So, I mean, there's precedence in the neighborhoods of that exact enclosed porch. And so that's an additional comment.
Thank you. Other comments on the motion? Commissioner Thomas.
I would just like to, I have a few comments. My first comment is that I just want to respond to Commissioner Sorty's question about the other findings at the HPC meeting, and it was unanimous that the structure was not associated with events or significant persons or anything like that. It was really the distinctive characteristics of type, period, or method of construction or representation of work of a master. And I know that this finding is one that we have to mull over and discuss and interpret in different ways. Some of us that serve on the HPC see this like that if there's any characteristics of type, period, method, or method of construction, I guess the like distinctive is like the word that we don't necessarily always agree on. And so I think that is something that, we have lots of discussions about, and that's what ends up sometimes in front of us with our discussions too. So I also just want to say that a lot of times when we are hearing these items, either at HPC or here at Planning Commission, it is sometimes difficult because you can see how the changes that have been made and how they could be undone or repaired to go back to a more to honor the history or the historical architecture of the building. And I don't personally interpret the findings to be that if it can be undone or switched necessarily, that means that we should or should not take it off of the inventory when we're making recommendations from the HPC perspective during a remodel. Or something like that. We often make those, recommendations to add back gables or change back to this window style, etc. But from my understanding of this, I don't think that is necessarily an effective way to interpret the findings for removal from the inventory. So it definitely, at a glance, can seem like it had something related to being what a craftsman was at the time. But I do think that there have been some major alterations. And if we're looking at, other than the changed roof material, I think that there are some major alterations that have been made. It's unfortunate about the technical demo portion. I think that even if it was a technical demo but replaced with something with the original, something that was in kind with the original siding, that would be a different interpretation of number 3. So I am curious what the architect on the Planning Commission has to say. So maybe Commissioner Mayer could share his thoughts.
I think we are all, if you're willing to speak. Thank
Sure,
you.
yeah. Well, clearly, as the applicant has noted, there have been some modifications to the house over the life of the home. But I have to say, I used to serve on HPC, and there were often times where pre-1941 homes would come in front of us that had clearly been altered beyond all recognition. And to be honest with you, I don't think that's the case here. When I look at the old photo, pre-1990, with the current photo, it still retains the proportions and the character of the 1920s Craftsman bungalow. That's just how I see it. I know there have been, the siding has been replaced, the part of the porch has been enclosed, there is a rear addition, et cetera. But in my professional opinion, this does not count as something that's been altered beyond all recognition. So in this case, I would probably support the HPC's decision. And also on that point, the HPC voted unanimously to keep it on the historic registry, which typically when appeals come before the Planning Commission for this, there's usually sort of a split vote or something, but because the HPC voted unanimously, it's a pretty strong signal, I think.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Thomas? Yep.
Just again, not to bring up the fact that this third finding is just always surfacing and plaguing us a little bit, but I think that the interpretation, there are no distinctive characteristics of type period or method of construction or representation of work of a master, is a weird and confusing sentence that can be interpreted in many ways. And so if maybe Mr. Mullen or Ms. Walters could kind of review how typically that is interpreted by HPC.
Thank you for that question. I won't pretend to be able to summarize how the HPC interprets that. I think just breaking down some of the adjectives in that sentence is helpful for me when I look at it. Distinctive, the definition is essentially it's that it's unique, it's exemplary, and so when you're looking at distinctive characteristics, I think a line in the sand for me is whether they are a unique or high architecture level of detail representing that particular architectural style. I think it's easy to look at many of the old homes in town and point to characteristics of a particular architectural style. The wording here, which is derivative of the Secretary of Interior standards, uses the word distinctive, and I think that's something that helps me in when I'm looking at these things.
So I think that, like I said, distinctive is the word that we always struggle with, because this is a modest home, and so I think that these ones are often the most challenging for us to agree on what distinctive means, because it's not as obvious with all of the characteristics of the home, because it is smaller and more like just little craftsman bungalow. So there wasn't a bunch of distinctive stuff to start with. So that, I think, is just where I struggle a little bit personally on the interpretation of it.
Mr. Martin?
Yeah, I think maybe the word distinctive is misleading, because maybe perhaps one can associate distinctive with grandiosity or something like that. But to me, distinctive in terms of architecture doesn't mean it needs to be grand. It could be humble, it could be modest, but it's still distinctive of a certain style in a certain period, which I feel like this house is.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Commissioner Stump?
Yeah, simply put, I just want to say that I agree with Mr. Mayor's viewpoint and explanation. Thank you.
Well, I'll weigh in. I think it's a difficult case. The property is modest, but it does have craftsman characteristics, including the sloped roof, the porch, the tapered columns. The windows give the impression of divided lights. And it kind of falls into the category of a bungalow-style craftsman home. And the fact that there's maintenance needed does not justify removal, although the appellant did not mention that. So although I'm torn, I think I'm persuaded by the other members of the commission who support the motion. So I can call the question if there's no other comment. We'll start by, why don't we show raise of hands, since I think it might be unanimous.
Do we need to repeat it?
I think the motion is clear.
Yeah.
All in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Other appeal rights?
Yes, thank you. The decision of the Planning Commission can be appealed to the Town Council by any interested person as defined by Town Code Section 29.10.020 within 10 days on forms available online with fees paid. The appeal is due by 1 p.m. on the final day if it is a Friday.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. All right, we'll move to item 3, to consider a request for approval for a conditional use permit for a bank, BMO, on property zone C1 located at 15521 Union Avenue, APN 53241-035, conditional use permit application U26005, categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301, existing facilities. Property owner Cindy Johnson of Donahue Schreiber Realty Group LP, and the applicant is Lawrence Solis, and the project planner is Ms. Walters. Is there a report?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll make it brief. The subject property is located in the Downing Shopping Center on the southwest corner of Union and Los Gatos Almaden Road. It's within an existing, the subject site, it's within an existing vacant commercial building. The size is about 4,200 square feet. And the vacant tenant space was previously occupied by the Chase Bank under a conditional use permit that was approved in 2010. This use ceased in June of 2019, and the prior approval has since lapsed. So as a result, you are seeing a new conditional use permit is required to establish a bank at this site. The project includes operation of the bank, installation of an ATM facing the interior parking lot, and minor exterior facade modifications. The project does comply with all of our zoning standards. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with conditions attached in Exhibit 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before questions of staff, I meant to ask for a show of hands of those who have visited the property. And are there any disclosures? None? Okay. Questions for Ms. Walters then? If any? Not seeing any. Is the applicant here to make a presentation?
Vice Chair, the applicant is online, so I'm going to allow Mr. Solis to speak. Maybe?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I was waiting for the prompt to show up. Hi, thank you for meeting with us. I'm the representative for BMO. My name is Lawrence Solis. As previously mentioned, that BMO is a formula retail bank. Our goal is to have the community approve our move-in at the Downing Center. The project primarily consists of a tenant improvement. We're hoping to do exterior modifications as well for accessibility, usability, and then to make sure that we're in compliance with the current codes and standards. If some of you don't know what BMO is a bank that provides an in-person banking service, especially catered to seniors and customers who need assistance in more complex transactions. And then the bank, we usually often serve the community by supporting local nonprofits. We do a lot of volunteer work and then a lot of financial education programs. Our hours are from Monday through Thursday from 9 to 5, and then Friday from 9 to 6. And then we are open on Saturdays from 9 to 4 p.m. And I believe we're gonna have 8 employees on the site, but that might change depending on how well we do.
Okay, is that the end of your comments? Mr. Solis, is that the end of your comments?
Yes.
I didn't.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for the applicant by commissioners? Commissioner Thomas.
Can you just repeat the operation hours again?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. It's going to be Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Friday from 9 to 6 p.m., and then Saturday from 9 to 4 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, if not, we'll move on to open the public portion of the public hearing. And I don't have any speaker cards on this item. Is there anyone who wishes to speak?
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. There being none, I'll invite the applicant to make a further presentation of up to 3 minutes if he wishes. But you can waive that. Mr. Solis?
Yeah, I don't have anything to end for that. Just thank you again for the time and opportunity. Hopefully, we get this approved and going.
Okay, thank you. So I'll now close the public portion of the public hearing. Ask if commissioners have any questions of staff, wish to comment on the application or introduce a motion. Commissioner Thomas.
I have a question about the ATM. Obviously, even though a person won't be there operating it, if it's like available 24 hours for use, does that apply to this? I mean, does the CUP apply to that? How does that work?
It's a great question. The actual building is not open during those times of operation, but I believe that the ATM is open 24 hours a day.
Okay, because it's going to be one of those that's like on the proposed, not like inside a door, but on the outside. And that's fine. That doesn't need to be included in this CUP in any way, or?
At the Planning Commission's discretion, we could add a condition that allows that.
Okay.
I would just add that, it's not necessary. That
Okay.
condition does not exist at any other
Okay.
bank conditional use permit.
Okay.
It's more understood.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Other comments or a motion? Commissioner Sordi.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a great location for a community branch, and I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the conditional use permit, U26-005, subject to the findings under CEQA and in compliance with the required zoning regulations, and subject to the findings for the conditional use permit included in the staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Burnett?
I'll second that.
Motion. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll have a show of hands of those in favor, and it passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, would you like me to recite the appeal rights
Appeal
again?
rights, yes.
Okay.
It's on my list.
The decision of the Planning Commission can be appealed to the Town Council by any interested person as defined by Town Code Section 29.10.020 within 10 days on forms available online with fees paid. The appeal is due by 1 p.m. on the final day if it is a Friday.
Thank you very much. Okay, so let's proceed to item 5, to consider a request for approval. Oh, I didn't have, we skipped 4? What happened? Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we come to item 4, to consider a request for approval to demolish an existing single-family residence, construct a new 2-story single-family residence, and site improvements requiring a grading permit on property zoned R110 located at 116 Valecitos Way, APN 407-13018, architectural and site application S25046, categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15303, new construction or conversion of small structure, Property owner is A.L. Tokman, applicant Michelle Miner, and the project planner is Ryan Safety. Show of hands who those who have visited the site. And are there any disclosures? Okay, if not, Mr. Safety, do we have a staff report?
Sure thing, and Thank you and good evening, Commissioners. Before you tonight is a request for approval for construction of a new two-story single-family residence at 116 Valecitos Way. The existing single-story home would be demolished, and the proposed site work would trigger a grading permit. The application has been forwarded to the Planning Commission due to concerns related to the project's consistency with the residential design guidelines in terms of neighborhood compatibility with massing and design. The property is located at the terminus of the Valecitos Way cul-de-sac. The subject property and surrounding neighborhood is zoned for and developed with single-family residential. The project proposes a new 27-foot, 5-inch, two-story residence and attached garage. The residence would be in a modern Spanish Revival style with an off-white smooth stucco finish, black-clad windows and French doors, stone veneer accent siding at the front and rear porches, and brown clay tile roofing with decorative corbels under the roof eaves. A Juliet balcony is shown on the front elevation over the garage, and a 70-square-foot balcony is proposed on the east side elevation. The applicant provided a privacy study for that side balcony showing potential impacts to the adjacent neighbor at 112 Valecitos Way, and that's included in the project plans. The town's consulting architect reviewed the proposed residence and noted that the property is located on a short cul-de-sac in a neighborhood of modest 1- and 2-story traditional style homes. The consultant noted that the proposed house is designed with a traditional architectural style with details authentic to the style and sees only a few elements of the proposal that would not be consistent with the design guidelines, in which he offered 5 recommendations. The applicant incorporated some of the recommendations but did not modify the front entry, and the only height and mass reduction done was a 1-foot reduction to the second floor plate heights. The applicant's responses and justifications were provided for these items that were not fully addressed within Exhibit 8 of the report. Although the proposed residence would comply with applicable town standards, the home would be the tallest and largest in terms of floor area in the immediate neighborhood, which is not consistent with our residential design guidelines. The proposed 3,561 square foot residence would be the largest by approximately 500 square feet in our defined immediate neighborhood. And additionally, it would be about 4 feet taller than the other 2-story homes in that cul-de-sac. It is worth noting that the plans also show a future ADU on the ground floor, which is not a part of this application per state law, and is also not included in the floor area ratio numbers when looking at the proposed home size, consistent with town code. The applicant provided justification for the proposed home size, massing, height, and design within their letter of justification in Exhibit 5. Public comment was received in opposition to this project following publication of the staff report, which was provided to you in yesterday's addendum and today's desk item reports. The concerns are generally related to massing and privacy. And this concludes staff's presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Safdie. Questions for staff? Commissioner Mayer.
Yeah, Mr. Safdie. So it looks like there is, as you mentioned, an attached ADU, which we're not reviewing. So can you just clarify that the ADU portion doesn't count toward the FAR? It's fully exempt from the FAR?
Correct, and that 3,500 number I just quoted does not include the ADU.
Got it. And does the house, not including the ADU, conform with the FAR
It does.
limits? Okay.
Other questions for staff? Commissioner Stump.
Could you remind us of the neighborhood notification requirements for a project of this type?
Yeah, the town sends out notice cards to the neighbors within 300 feet of the subject property.
That's so that would include people on Bicknell as well?
Correct.
Okay. One other question, if I might. One resident requested the town require the applicant to install story poles. Could an explanation be made about our use of story poles at this point in time?
I'm happy to take that. So up until, I want to say 3 years ago, this project would have required story poles, and it's very, the public in this town is used to seeing them. The story pole change that occurred stated that if you're adjacent to a 2-story home, you're not required to install the story poles. So in fact, the policy says they're exempt from the story pole requirement in this instance.
Thank you.
Question? excuse me. I'll open the public portion of the public meeting and ask that the applicant approach the podium and make a presentation up to 5 minutes, please.
I have some pictures, if you guys could open the slides. Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for taking the time to review our project. My name is Michelle Miner, and I am the designer on this project. As stated, we are proposing a modern Spanish revival home on this two-story on this property with the integrated ADU. We carefully tailored this particular style in this neighborhood. One of the things that was brought up is neighborhood compatibility and how did that fit. And while there are not other Spanish homes on this street, there are, I don't know if there's a named style on the street. You said traditional or contemporary, I'd say ranch, but they're all very different from each other. So there wasn't one particular style that we would match to fit in or be necessarily compatible. We felt like with the stucco and stone that were on the street and hipped roof, gable roofs, the pitch of most of the roofs appeared to be around 4 to 5. This one is 3.5 and 12, which also helps to reduce the massing. So we chose the Spanish style because it is less of a prominent, and bulky style house. Further, the architectural style of this home has many offsets to reduce the bulk and massing, and the articulation of the roof styles also reduces the massing as well. We also were careful with our design considerations in the corbels underneath that would help soften the appearance of this house. Next slide, please. That's hard to see. We did extensive studies. I don't know if you can tell, but I actually did a 3D of the entire street to get the feel of how this was going to fit in. What you're seeing on that slide is our house at the end of the street, and you can see kind of between the two trees, that's where our house is fitting, and the two-story homes showing up next to it. The house on this next to it, the right, is a single-story home. Next slide. This is just a pulled back view of that same picture. So next slide. Okay, so this is an overview. It doesn't show up very big on this screen, but this is kind of looking at the top. So you can kind of see the massing and the size of the homes in that neighborhood. If that was a little bit closer, you could kind of see that our house does not feel different in scale from an overview of the rest of the neighborhood. Also, the slide below is the red dots are the two-story homes in the greater neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is a home that's probably closest to like a Mediterranean style. This one has a nod to Mediterranean, has a large stone entrance that we kind of were able to, fit the neighborhood compatibility with that one. Next slide. Okay, this slide is here to kind of talk about this privacy issues. As you will notice, is there any way to make it bigger? Actually, this slide's easier, but as you notice, most of this entire perimeter, at least the back side, is filled with trees. And so as we were designing this two-story and placing windows, privacy was of the utmost concern. So putting the bedroom windows on the back where the tall trees were, was a great consideration. The front, where kind of to the right of that red dot, that's where we put our family room, where the most visual space would be, and that's the family room overlooking our own driveway. that does not look into the backyard. And then the balcony, as he stated, we did a whole visual study on page 21 to show that we've been careful with privacy plantings to make sure we take care of the privacy of the neighbors. And I think my time is up, so thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you. Let's ask Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, thank you. I know there are trees that are removed, so would you be able to point out what tree on that?
Yeah, I actually tried to put a heavy X, but I should have made it a different color. There are two. The big one could you point to them, Ryan? Thank you. So that one and that one. The one on the back was suggested that it be removed by the consulting arborist. Our arborist that we brought out to look at it said that there's 3 trunks. One is cut off and dead. One really needs to be removed, and the other one could stay. So we actually would be willing to just clean up that tree and leave it. However, you can see that there's huge trees behind it and more vegetation. I think in the next slide, if you want to look at it, it'll show a picture of like that whole back fence. And the next one does it too, is completely covered with trees. Like that was very specifically why we chose where we were putting things.
Thank you. Can I have a follow-up question, Chair?
Sorry?
Can I have a
Are you done?
follow-up
Oh,
question?
absolutely. Please.
Thank you. So grading on this, does the grading on this property make any difference on the height that it's going to be, the 2 feet addition?
So I had noticed that it said that we needed a grading permit on this agenda. Our lot is almost dead flat. So I'm not sure that a grading permit, I was going to talk to Ryan about that later, but I'm not sure that it's going to be needed, but there's no grading differences really.
Thank you.
Other questions by commissioners? Commissioner Thomas?
I know that this isn't really the time to ask a staff, but I feel like because there's the discrepancy, could Mr. Safdie, you clarify the grading permit?
Sure. So it might not make sense, but our town code does say that replacing a driveway counts as both cut and fill. That's triggering the grading permit as the driveway replacement.
Thanks.
Question about your neighborhood outreach. On one of the documents in your package, it showed you reaching out to 8 neighbors or your team reaching out. 5 were supportive or no comment. 3, no contact was made. Where were these 8 neighbors in relation to the project location?
I'm going to let the owner answer that because he was the one who did it.
Hi, my name is Eyal Tokman. I'm one of the owners with my wife. We knocked on 8 doors in total, 4 on Valecitos, 2 to the right, 2 to the left, and all the bordering neighbors. So 2 on Bicknell and 1, I don't remember the name of the street. That's the total of 8.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Yeah, I do have a question. You know, obviously, concerns have been raised about height and mass of this project. Question about the foundation. The foundation itself is 2 feet above grade, if I've got that correct. About 24 inches above grade.
I don't believe that is correct, unless I have an error somewhere. It should be 15 inches.
Okay.
Specifically, I'd keep them at 15 inches.
So, and part of the issue, of course, is that 2 floors were both going to be 10 feet ceilings, and one has come down to 9 feet.
Originally, yes.
Right. One has come down to 9 feet, with leaving the current height still at 27.5 feet.
Correct.
So my question would be, what else would you consider doing to reduce the height of this project?
We had not considered doing anything more. We were already 2.5 feet under the maximum height, and it seemed to be acceptable to the consulting architect and staff that we were able to do that and reducing to the 9 feet. As people are building new homes, they're not building them with short ceilings, and so we feel like this is what is expected of the homes these days and what the
clients would love to have. So we had not considered lowering it any further than that. We felt like with it at the end of the cul-de-sac, we have the narrowest frontage on the entire cul-de-sac street. So the frontage of our house is very small and very not visible when looking at all the rest of the houses on the street, plus quite a few trees that help shield that.
Yeah, I'd like to continue just on with the mass of the home. As we heard, it's going to be about 500 square feet larger than any of the homes in the immediate area. So again, my question would be, as we're looking at our residential guidelines related to height and mass and neighborhood compatibility, what considerations could be made to reduce your square footage?
We had again not looked at trying to reduce the size as we were fitting within the floor area ratio, or a little bit under that. And so that we were wanting to build the home that would fit, their growing family and multi-generational family.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Other questions? Commissioner Burnett?
Yes. Would you consider a setback on your second story? You could remove about 200 square feet if you did do a setback on the second story.
Are you saying on the back of the second story?
The front of the house, I'm sorry. Above the garage, across the front, setting back the second story, you could, approximately 200 square feet could be reduced in mass. And I think the town architect did comment on the height.
Yes, he did. He
Yes.
did comment, and we did reduce it after his comments.
1
came in.
foot, yeah.
Yeah. That would greatly, 200 square feet would make that upper family room, which is their gathering room, almost non-existent.
Well, if you did the whole second story setback.
Well, I can't do the part where the stairs are, because that has to be, floors have to line up at stairs, so I couldn't do that. It would have to be at the, family room. I mean, the family room is that front area is the only one that makes any sense for reducing visual massing. As you go back towards the master bath or primary bathroom, that's way back in the lot. So that doesn't help reduce the visual massing at all.
And I noticed you have the attic there, which is approximately I don't know how much square. We're just trying to look at ways that the bulk and mass could be reduced. And
Yeah.
still, I think the home is a beautiful design, and I think you did a great job on that.
Right.
I'm just saying that with our residential design guidelines and the comments made by our town architect.
I think we could do something. We have a Juliet balcony, which is something that we really would like to have there, but we could look at doing like a partial roof across there that kind of breaks up that mass there. I think that would break up the look of the bulk of that house. But that would be the only thing.
You mean the patio off the back?
The balcony, yeah, the Juliet,
balcony. You mean the front balcony or the?
It's a Juliet balcony. It's not it's just a railing. It's just a Juliet balcony. So unfortunately, it would have to remove that, which I don't think the owners would be happy with. He's probably shooting daggers about right now. But that is the only thing I can think of that, pulling that family room back. It's 17 by 18 for a family room isn't grand. So trying to reduce that down. First off, it's just a small bump out from the stair, that wall, so that's used as the articulation there too. So pulling it back too much would ruin that look and articulation.
I see, and maybe our our Commissioner Architect could speak to that. I'm just,
I think we need to finish questions first before we have a discussion. Is that correct?
yeah, I was just looking for ways, since we had many comments from the neighbors about bulk and mass. And
Right, I understand that, yeah.
Thank you.
And I think I was probably more looking at, yes, it is a larger home, but I'm looking at making sure that it's not a perceived mess with the articulations and whatnot.
Other questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much. So we'll now invite comments from members of the public. We have several cards. If you've not already done so, please turn in one. And when called to speak, remember to please state your name and address if you're willing, and adjust the microphone so that you can speak directly into it, and you have 3 minutes to speak. And we'll begin with Margie Eddington.
Hi, welcome. Nice to see everybody. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I grew up in that home. My parents bought it in 1961, so I've watched the neighborhood develop. And they were, when the people when they bought it, the house, they said there would be some remodels, and I said, great. And we were not expecting the mass and size and scope to be so huge. The second story, just to say the 80, so I'm 112 Valecitos. So I'm that second story house, but the second story is over the garage, and it's an ADU. The primary house is a 2,200 square foot ranch style house. And we have a tenant in there who's been living there for 8 to 10 years, and she is terrified of losing her privacy. The balcony looks directly over the courtyard into her window and into her living room bay window and her bedroom window. It also, the balcony on the east side also looks into our courtyard and the front door. So that's a concern. The proposal to have 6-foot trees planted there does not really do anything to take care of privacy issues. It will take at least 10 years to grow. Our proposal would be to plant at least 12 to 14-foot trees. That might be helpful. So for us, it's an invasion of privacy. If you extend something in the back, the pool is there as well. Another issue is obstruction of views that we've had there since I was born, and that the neighbors have enjoyed. Our neighbors, everybody's really good friend. I mean, we're friends and we're cordial, and we try to do things that are respectful of other people with their additions. The excessive size, it's going to be looming over us and over neighbors behind on Bicknell as well. And to see that at the end of the cul-de-sac would change the nature of that cul-de-sac, that I couldn't go past the light on. We had definitely, you can't go past the end of the light. We didn't have sufficient notice. In a sense, the tenant that was spoken to is the tenant who is moving out at the end of this month, and of course she has no concern, but the tenant who is staying does. The noise traffic capacity for the ADU I'm concerned with, because it's a 3-bedroom ADU, and I know we can't talk about it, but the square footage is going to be, the footprint is going to be over 5,200 square feet. It is an interesting lot size. It is at the end. It's a corner. And it's placed in such a way that invades our privacy. We would request that the balcony be, we would request that the mastery balcony be removed, the sliding glass doors opening to the balcony be changed to windows that go up or transom, to keep mature trees, to plant ones that are 12 to 15 and reduce the overall height.
Thank you. Other questions from Ms. Eddington? Mr. Thomas.
So, sorry, just to clarify, you're the house like facing on the one to the left, correct?
Yes.
So the garage and then ADU above, and then the house is like...
The house is to the left, totally to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But so the house is here, the ADU is here, the balcony is here, and it looks right into here.
Okay.
Right into the windows, right into the front door,
Yeah.
right into the courtyard.
Okay.
Other questions? Commissioner Stump?
Were you one of the neighbors that were contacted?
I was not. I was not. It was sent, my brother and I own it. There was something, the only thing that we got was the
card.
That was sent to him in LA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Commissioner Thomas.
Sorry, what was you are what address were you?
112.
112, okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions? No, thank you very much for coming. And,
Thank you.
We've read all these.
You'll probably see me up again to represent somebody. Thank you.
We also want everyone to know that we've received all of the addendums to the staff, the desk items, and we appreciate your understanding that we do have that information and considered it. Okay, so we'll get back to Ms. Eddington regarding Heather Eakin's matter, and then Mr. Baum, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Baum, and I'm here with my wife tonight, Sally Baum, and we live at 1105 Vallecillos Way, which is about 3 houses away from the subject property that is being discussed tonight. If I could, I just would like to recognize all of the neighbors that are here tonight and ask them to stand up. Who are here? Sean? I mean, there's great concern about this project, and there's great collegiality in our neighborhood. You know, my wife, Sally, and I have lived there for 33 years, and we've enjoyed the peace and tranquility of the neighborhood. I could reiterate the points made by Ms. Eddington, and she did that very eloquently. I don't know that I want to do that, but what I would say is that the neighbors there, they tend to, these properties, they live in them forever. The person at the mouth of the cul-de-sac, Ward, he's lived there since he was the original owner. Like Margie's parents were the original owner from 1961. And we realize that these 60-year-old homes, they need to be remodeled, but they don't normally get scraped. We don't generally have people come into the neighborhood and demolish homes and rebuild them. I myself and my wife, we remodeled our home 20 years ago. We added 450 square feet, and it took us several years to get our permit. It wasn't an easy process, and it was kind of torture, but at the end of that period, we realized that the city really, and the town is really committed to historic preservation and preserving the character of a neighborhood. And I can also just point out that we worked with Greg Larson when he was the town manager, and there was an incident with our neighbor at the end of the cul-de-sac, and we worked with him administratively to solve that problem. So I also would point out that I did speak to City Manager Constantine yesterday. He was very responsive, and also staff was good to get back to me when I reached out to other staff on the city. So it's been a very good iterative process with the city for our neighbors and getting work done and having it be a great neighborhood to live in. And that's why we've been there for 33 years. Alternatives to the proposal would be, I think, to downsize it. I know that you don't have any jurisdiction over doing an ADU, which is 1,100 square feet in this case, but because there are traffic impacts and there are parking impacts, it's a problem. And just finally, I'd like to say that we're really strongly in support of personal property rights, and we haven't met the owner, but we certainly support him and his family in moving into the neighborhood and hope he can work it out to the benefit of all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baum, and for your comments. Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Thomas.
So I do have a couple of questions. You just, overall, the size, you think it's too big, so your specific ask is make it smaller?
I think so. Again, just to reiterate, the largest home in the cul-de-sac is probably about 3,100 square feet.
Wait.
This home,
We have the information, but like we just, when we're considering and making recommendations and everything, we, like to hear what the specific ask would be. So make it smaller. Or
well, to keep with the character of the neighborhood, it would be more like I think the term was modest ranch style home is the typical style of the neighborhood.
Okay.
But it would also be, you've heard it said 5,100 square feet. That's nearly double the second biggest home on the street. So it's that seems to be a problem.
Okay. And then you said that traffic implications are a problem. So on parking, can you elaborate on?
Well, it's a cul-de-sac, and so there are probably, 9 homes on this cul-de-sac.
Uh-huh.
And when you add even another car, it's an impact. And like when the garbage is picked up, people have to reorganize their cars and park not at the end of the cul-de-sac, but bring them forward towards the street that the cul-de-sac is fed into the cul-de-sac because of the garbage trucks can't get through.
Yeah. Okay.
So, and then traffic with young children, there are young children on the street. It's hard to accept, additional cars.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that's my only question.
Other questions for Mr. Baum? Thank you, Mr. Baum.
Thank you.
And we'll move on next to David Forster.
Excuse me, my voice isn't quite here either. I apologize in advance. My name is David Forster. My wife Diane and I live right behind the property at 906 Bicknell. And we have met. We've been very, very cordial, and we each have a golden retriever. We look forward to them getting together. So we want to welcome you to the neighborhood. From our perspective behind the house, we've been there since 1984, and I'm probably the oldest in terms of age of all the oldies. They're in the neighborhood, or a lot of them. And we, love the neighborhood. It's really wonderful. And from our perspective right behind it, true, as the illustration showed, the photo showed, that a good amount of that, the foliage, which is on their side of the fence, about 2/3 of it is pretty well covered. And from our standpoint, that black walnut, which, we've been there since 84, and about 1990 or so, it was cut down to a stump and left there, and it was never ground up. And then these shoots came up, and that's what we have now that have grown 40 feet, in every direction. So I've wanted to reach over and cut that thing down, the whole time, because we have a tree behind it which is sort of stunted because of that. So that'll be great. And there's a couple more to the right, actually, behind our neighbors, the Dovers, I think, that are on the list to be cut. Right behind our bedroom, though, one of the remaining plants is a kind of a half dead. I don't know if there's 2 or 1, but it's sort of dead, something I wouldn't have minded getting rid of either. But it looks like it's remaining. So it doesn't hide and won't hide much of that of the bedroom end of their house, and that's right behind our master bedroom. And we never minded really the small setback to that bedroom corner right behind our back fence. You can't be much more than 15 feet or so. So it doesn't matter when it's a one-story house. We've never minded at all. But once we have a much higher building behind us, then there would be the ability for us to look up at them, and they could look up at me, and, probably not ideal. So our recommendation there, in addition to, and it was noted that we just redid our backyard, the entire thing, and we put up about 6.5-foot ficuses all the way around 3 sides. So a number of them are right behind, and in time, in a number of years, should grow up. And I think in the plan there were a few 6-footers planted behind us, but that will take a number of years.
Understood. So that's your time, but I'll ask if commissioners have a question for you. Yeah, Commissioner Stump.
The other voice impaired person here.
Yes.
What I wanted to ask you was, you talked about sight lines from what you would perceive to be a second story behind you and into your bedroom. Is that a sight line you're concerned about?
That and just that whole area down below, because at the moment it's not blocked by trees. That part's open. The rest is blocked, and that's great. But this part is not.
Okay, thank you very much.
So it's really for the convenience, I think, for both of us to get that block. Recommendation would be to bring in 12, 14-foot trees right there, and then that'd be fine. The only other thing, squeeze it into my negative time left, is the removal of that wonderful Douglas fir. That's what Al and I have spoken about, is removing that. Our common agreement was about 6 months ago now that it not be taken down. We both hoped that it would not be taken down. I see that it's planned to be taken down, and I think that's a visual disaster for the neighborhood. We love that tree.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Thompson again.
Sorry, which tree was the one that you said that, or the bush or shrub that's like a half-dead situation?
It's just straight behind, the 2-bedroom windows upstairs that would look right down at it. Just this real scraggly thing that's there, but it looks like it's left. It didn't have an X in the plan.
Okay.
I'd love it to be removed.
Okay, so if I
don't think it's living.
I just don't know which tree you're describing, but do we think
I think it's called a privet.
No, it's a privet.
Yeah.
Do we know which one he's maybe talking
And it's
about?
dying, or
just we can make sure that we're all on the same page.
close to where the ivy was coming up, just that thing right there.
Could you speak into the mic so that it's recorded?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we were just discussing where that is, and he mentions that one is dead. I think there were two of them kind of wound together. One's dead and the other still alive, but not so great.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Forster. And our next speaker is Eileen Gulisarian. Hopefully I got your name right, but please correct me if necessary.
Good evening, and thank you for taking my comments. My name is Eileen Gulisarian, and I reside at 111 Vallecillos Way with my husband, Sam. You have our letter outlining the major issues that impact us, and it's basically the design inconsistent with the neighborhood character, size and height, excessive FAR, inadequate environmental review, and lack of story poles. I will address some other issues. We want to welcome the family into our neighborhood, and we want them to be a positive part of our circle. But the size and scope of their project is very, very concerning to us. We moved into this neighborhood in 2003. While we made improvements over the years, we purposefully wanted to retain the mid-century character of our home. We viewed this home as our forever home. Perhaps that's not the view of the Tokmans. Whatever drew them to choose this neighborhood, this cul-de-sac, and this property, they have decided that they want to transform it completely. That decision does not impact only them, but we, the neighbors immediately adjacent and in the surrounding streets, will be forever impacted by a project that is completely inconsistent with the neighborhood's character. So, in reality, they're raising it completely, removing 2 healthy, mature trees, roots and all, and we're worried about the height. We're worried about the excessive amount of windows. And actually, it's kind of misleading when you look at it in that picture. But really, the house is going to be like this, looking straight at us. I have floor-to-ceiling windows. And I'm worried about a 27-foot, 30-foot house looming over me and staring into my home. And also, contrary to the written submission, there will be no improvement to safety, circulation, or traffic for the cul-de-sac. There's limited frontage. That does not change. Other than exclusively parking on their own property, both guests and residents, there is no added benefit to the cul-de-sac or the neighborhood in the way of parking, improvement, circulation, or traffic by this design. In closing, an alternative acceptable to us is a single story or a split level or build a basement, but keep it within the FAR. And I consider that the ADU is part of the square footage of the house because it's misleading to say it's not part of it. Examples of successful and beautiful recent remodels can be seen at 259 and 263 Old Adobe, 702 Moore, and 145 Via La Posada. And I invite them to go and have a look at these homes. They're gorgeous. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll ask if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. And we come back to Margie Eddington on behalf of Heather Aiken.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, there's no trading of speaking time, and so if there's someone who it needs to be a new speaker, not someone who's already spoken.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood the
No,
communication.
a new speaker can represent. There's no trading of time.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Whalen. So I don't have any further cards. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Yes. Cliff, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Cliff Forster. Been at the 112 Valecitos address since 1970. Love the neighborhood, love the house. My concerns are echoed with the height and the size of the property. But one concern that hasn't been mentioned is the fence line. And I'm unclear in the plans. It seems like the fences are changing, and I would oppose that. I'd like to keep the dimensions and size of all the current fences. So, as well as losing some views of the mountains that I've had, if we could limit that, that would be ideal. And I think that's about it. I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you very much for those comments. Questions from commissioners? Don't see any. Thank you, sir. And now I do have another card for Sally Baum to speak on behalf of Heather Aiken.
Hi, I'm going to read what she sent to this. She's a neighbor that lives also at 112 Valecitos Way. I live at 112 Valecitos Way, and I will be directly negatively impacted by the proposed project. My issues with the proposal: size, the project is massive and will loom over my home. Privacy, the windows and proposed balcony on the second floor will look right into my bedroom, living room, and private courtyard. Obstructions of views, this project obstructs my views of the mountains that I have had for the last 8 years of living at 112 Valecitos Way. The removal of mature trees and replacing them with 6-foot trees will do nothing to prevent the invasion of privacy that will occur with the construction of the 2-story home with windows and a balcony facing 112 Valecitos Way. I would propose they build a basement rather than a second floor to prevent the invasion of privacy and the blocking of my views. If they are allowed to build a second floor, I would further lower the height of the building so that it does not block my views and allow windows or a balcony on the second floor to face 112 Valecitos Way, as they will invade my privacy if constructed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your comments. So I don't have any more cards. There's no one else on Zoom, I understand. So I'll now give the applicant up to 3 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll talk fast. Could you put my slides back up, please? Since the clock's running. Could you go to the next slide? I'm not sure where we left off. So privacy. This was part of a privacy study that I did. If you can notice on the top one, this is a view of what we took from the house looking into the 112 Valecitos. Again, hard to see, but you can see they have a bay window on that upper floor, which actually looks into this our current project. And you can see that we could see into the lower floor. So those trees that are showing are mature podocarpus. We're stating 6 feet. We would be willing to, of course, plant taller ones, 6 to 8 feet, and podocarpus grows 2 to 3 feet per year. So we could get those planted sooner so that they would have time to grow during the construction. Also wanted to note that, so I don't believe actually after the planting, the screenings are in, we will have any issues. We also show on the site plan where the walnut is proposed to be removed. We would also have, we had 4 fast-growing podocarpus trees planted there. There is a break further down where the neighbor had already planted some privacy screening, so we didn't propose any there, but if we needed to, we'll plant privacy screening wherever is needed. One note is that this ADU was intended for multifamily for themselves. They have no intention of renting it. There would be no extra cars that would be used by this family for the ADU, so that should not be a problem. The removal of the Doug fir is removed for the fact that it is very close to the foundation. The neighbor to the right also was happy about it because he says he can't even park in his driveway because it drops sap on his cars. That particular neighbor actually had already gotten the approval to build a 4,200 square foot house there, but he ended up not building it. And then one note was that our house is tipped so that it's facing the front of the property. The house currently is facing the front of the property. We have fixed it, and it is now parallel with the back, and it is facing less to the front and more tipped towards the backyard. So that's actually better for this neighborhood. Let's see what else we're needed to be. The fences will remain. The only fences that we're removing are ones that will be required.
Well, thank you for those comments, Ms. Miner. I'll ask my commissioners again if they have questions for you. Commissioner Thomas.
Can we see the slide with where the 2 X trees?
Yeah, it's probably right there.
Okay, so this is like the current
the
position of the house and then the tipped version of it.
Yeah, if you can see that. There's a blue line. I should have made it red. But there is a blue line that shows the new house. It actually doesn't have much more of a footprint than the existing house.
Okay. And my other question, so my question is, are you amenable to changing some more of that landscaping? Some of the, maybe, I don't know if the neighbor was referring to like the pittosporum or the other shrub, the non-shrub, whatever's to like replace with some.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to work with the neighbors to do whatever is needed for privacy or plants that may be a nuisance or whatever.
Okay.
So absolutely amenable for that.
Okay, and then so the fence. So can you just repeat the part about the fence again, just because?
I can actually. Slide number 1 shows the new fence is just a short little stucco fence that we are replacing. Currently, there's like a picket fence, but it goes into the right-of-way. So it has to be removed because it's actually in the right-of-way.
Okay, and
So
then
we're just proposing a short fence that fits in with the architecture.
okay, and then but the side yard fences and the backyard fences are not being changed.
No, they're 6-foot wood fences with 1-foot privacy lattice, I think, all the way around. But
Okay.
they'll be remaining.
Okay.
Commissioner Stump.
We've obviously had some discussions about sight lines and some of the neighbors' concerns. Do you really feel that most or all of those concerns can be dealt with through landscaping?
I do. Like I said, we worked pretty hard to look at that. The owner had done drone recordings to get up there and turn around and look at what we could see at that level. And then, we have a bathroom on the front that's facing the 112, which will have some opaque windows at the front. So that wouldn't be a privacy. Actually, they're not on the front. There's a one window that is not opaque that we'd be willing to put opaque so that it would help with that consideration. But no, we think that with the fast-growing podocarpus or pittosporum, whichever anybody likes it, they stay 2 to 3 feet per year. So if we started with a 7 to 8 foot or 6 to 8 foot tree, whichever gets specified, that's 24-inch box tree is what is required. That we think that within a couple of years that all of that would be gone.
Please.
We see over and over issues with balconies. Becomes a big concern with two-story homes. This balcony is open 3 directions, side to side, and then front view. Is there anything that should be done to block one or more of those views?
Could be, I suppose. I don't know about should be. Like I said, on page 12 of the plans, we did, like I said, extensive studies to show that we could, like I said, drone footage is everything that as long as we can get the privacy planting, that should mitigate it altogether. It's not the balcony is intended for just their private use. It's not deep. It's not meant for entertaining. It's off the primary bath or bedroom. So it's not like we're going to go have a party. They're going to go have a party up there. It's just meant for them to go out, maybe, enjoy the morning coffee. We also did intentionally study that we did a stucco wall with just a short railing above it. We placed a chair and a person sitting at it and looked at like all of these things. And we were like, okay, we don't want to have a privacy issue. So everything was designed to let them have this small balcony. A lot of people would love to have a balcony. And then looking to the back, we felt like that's right where trees are. There was like nothing to see off of that balcony. So the right side of the balcony would be all trees. We call it the backyard because that's where their backyard is. So looking out the left would just be them looking at their own. And then we feel like we had mitigated the part left, looking off to the left. But I would welcome your insights.
Please.
You talked about use of drone.
Yeah.
How did you determine, obviously drones are smart things, but what level did you take those photos from with the drone? How many feet up were you? Were you at window height?
Window height, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And actually even higher so that we could be like, okay, well, what's the really worst case scenario?
Commissioner Thomas, you had another one?
Yes, I have a clarifying question for staff that relates to the tree, the tree plantings or whatever.
Into a question?
Yeah, it ties back into a question. So, it's like a privacy shrub more. Is there is this problematic with any of the tree replacements that need to happen? Because it's like they're not really trees, I don't technically think, but they provide, they're serving the function that the neighbors want.
So I'd say there's really two options. One, we can confirm with the arborist and make sure that they do, that whatever they plant are actually trees. But the other option is that they're removing 2 trees. They're required to meet a replacement requirement on site. That doesn't mean that every single tree or shrub they plant has to therefore replace a previous removed tree. So they could plant as many trees as they want beyond what these replacement requirements entail.
Okay. And so then, do you know what the replacement requirements are for the 2 that they're proposing to remove right now?
So it depends if the walnut's coming out or not.
Okay.
Because that's the first I've heard that it might not come out. But if you give me a second, I can try to get those numbers for you. I believe it was like 18 or 19.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me a second, I can confirm though.
Okay. While Mr. Safdie is looking that up, follow-up question, is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, so I understand that privacy is a concern, for all parties involved. And I appreciate wanting to plant, hedges and things that grow very fast. We are also in an area that, we don't always have the most water, et cetera. So is there a possibility that you're open to planting some native trees that are more drought tolerant than some of these hedges that, will likely stay healthier for longer with less water requirements?
Absolutely. Be happy to work with the town arborist or our own arborist to determine what that would be. We specifically chose the podocarpus because of it spreads, it's great privacy. You'll see podocarpus as stated as a shrub and a tree.
Yeah.
It grows very large.
Yeah.
So it's hardy, but we'll look into whatever we need to be. We would like our privacy on our side as well. We're not intending to look over.
Yeah. And then I just had a follow-up question, not about trees, but about the architecture. At the beginning, you talked a little bit about why you chose the initial architectural style with the slope of the roof and it seeming less, to reduce some of the mass, but some of the neighbors have stated that style doesn't necessarily fit in with the neighborhood. So I know that there's the next door has the above the garage addition, and then it is mainly ranch style homes. Something that we deal with a lot is looking at how we can't, we're not in a place up here to say you can't build a 2-story, 2-story isn't allowed, or that's not, it's not, you can build a 30-foot house according to our guidelines, but fitting it in with the neighborhood is where it becomes tricky. So I don't believe that a ranch exists in once it becomes 2 stories, it's not a ranch anymore. Is that your interpretation also?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was kind of trying to nicely say. There was not a defined style. Probably what most people would want to do is like a craftsman, but then it's going to have much steeper pitch roofs and be much taller just by its style.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then someone said mentioned split level. I know there are some split level homes and more off of on old adobe and everything, but would a split level home be something that you could build on a lot like that? I don't know how that would.
Never entertained it. I very rarely see split levels over here. Can honestly say I don't think I've ever designed a split level in my 30 years. So I had not explored that. It's not the more desired floor plan.
Yeah. I mean, I know that there are some over there because there's some hilly areas, but it's more of it doesn't look like a split level necessary from the street, but that's not in this part of that neighborhood. Okay.
And the basement was not on the books either because basements have no light. And they wanted their bedrooms to have light and egress and all of the things that we all enjoy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stafty, do you have the information now?
I do. So it's actually 13 trees. I was mistaken. That black walnut, the consulting arborist determined that is dead and needs to be removed, so there's no replacement requirement. And also it doesn't need a permit to be removed. They can just remove it.
Thank you. I have one question. In your initial comments, I thought you said that the reduction of height of 1 foot was satisfactory to Mr. Cannon. Can you elaborate on that? Or did I mishear?
Yeah, I might have misspoke. It was, I assumed it went back to Mr. Cannon. And maybe not understanding the process. Maybe it was an acceptable answer to staff as it went through our multiple iterations.
I see. So your communications with staff did not bring up specifically the recommendation of Mr. Cannon.
That was the recommendation, was to reduce it, and we reduced it by the 1 foot.
1 foot.
And then we had a couple different tech review meetings after that, and that appeared to be acceptable.
Thank you. Other questions? If not, Commissioner Burnett?
Can I have a question for staff?
After we close the public hearing?
Thank you.
Right. I don't have any other. Please.
Apologies. Let me just get back to the page that this was on with regards to the. Okay, so if we're looking at the recommendations from the consulting architect, for the simplifying the entry details, no, sorry, that is not the one with, the eliminating the stone at the front facade entry. It seemed that I'm a little bit confused because it seems like that was the recommendation, but then the guideline actually says like it needs to be carried throughout, as we're used to seeing, it shouldn't just be in one place. So it was the stone added after that, or were you just pointing out that it exists in other locations?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
So it was on the front, it was on another side, but it wasn't carried out around. So we did then carry out the stone around to the other sides. We did also note, because he said it was not something that existed in the neighborhood, and we just let him know that it does exist in the neighborhood and another home to have a large stone entry. So yeah, those were the responses to that.
Okay, and Mr. Safdie, did you have a comment about that, or?
I'm happy to answer that now or after public comments closed. I'll leave that
I think
up to you
that
guys.
clarifying it now is like helpful just to make sure that we're all on the same page with it.
So, and this will kind of address both the plate height and the entry questions. The consulting architect report is formatted in two pieces. There's an issue and concerns section, and then there's recommendations that address each of the issues and concerns. From staff's perspective, what we're looking for to call this a complete application is a response to each of those. You don't have to do every recommendation, but we want to see that you've justified and thought about it before we're going to stop taking you through these tech meetings. The specific recommendation for the plate height was lower the plate heights. They lowered one of the two plate heights. From staff's perspective, they addressed, whether partially or fully, they addressed that recommendation. The issue and concern section for the front entry piece gave them essentially two options. It said that residential design guideline calls for, if you're going to introduce a new material to carry it on all sides. His recommendation was to eliminate it. That architect's response was, well, the issue and concern gives me two options. I'm going to then replicate it on the backside.
Okay.
Staff felt that addressed that comment.
Okay, that's how I interpreted it, but I just wanted to make sure. So yeah, okay, so thank you.
Are we exhausting our questions at this point? Okay, thank you very much.
Can I make one statement about this mass? We would love to get, about everything actually, we would love to get a approval tonight and would love more discussion if we needed to go further with what needs to be done rather than just denying. So if we need to come up with something or bargain, let's go there.
Thanks for that. Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion of the public hearing and ask my fellow commissioners if they have questions of staff at this time or wish to comment on the application or make a motion. Shakespeare said the rest is silence. This isn't the time for that. Commissioner Thomas is first, and then Commissioner Burnett.
Okay.
I was just going to actually suggest that maybe we take a few-minute break, if that's okay, just bathroom break.
My preference would be to
Sorry.
complete this item and then take a break.
Okay.
Unless it's a necessity.
Oh, I just wanted to mention that project planner Safety did answer my question that Commissioner Thomas asked. So that was
Okay.
my question as well. Thank you.
Okay. So we're looking for comments, questions of staff, or a motion. Well, I'll make a motion
Oh, yeah. Okay, go.
to continue this matter so that the applicant can consider in further detail the recommendations that have been made, implied by the questions of the commissioners, specifically including privacy, mass, and height. And I'll look for a second on that and possibly modifications. Commissioner Stump. Second by Stump. Questions or, excuse me, comments?
Yes, I think that I am in support of that motion, but I think that we should be specific with what we expect to happen instead of just continue. So, not that you weren't, but I, just to get it on the record and make sure that we're clear. So I think that from the tree and privacy perspective, I would also just like to point out that typically the person that's living in the two-story home also doesn't want the neighbors looking into their bedroom and bathroom and all of those things. So hopefully there's, a compromise that can be made with some of those privacy screening trees that can be used. And I would just encourage the applicant to, if there's going to be 13 trees that need to be replaced, to perhaps look into the possibility of doing some toyons or bay laurels, since they are native and evergreen to that area. And I think fit in with that, with the general area. So that is one recommendation. I also think that having making sure that balcony situation is addressed and dealt with. I think that from my personal perspective of trying to understand the law and understand where the house is now and where the other houses are, I understand the privacy concern. However, I do think that the way that the house is situated on the lot is ideal for trying to reduce the privacy issues. So I just want to point out that I appreciate that thoughtful part of the design. And I just truly don't know about a different architectural style that would be two-story, that would fit in with the neighborhood that would be a new build or even an addition going up. So I just want to say that for the record. And yeah.
I don't think that conflicts with my motion, but to the extent that it does, I will incorporate those comments. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Mayor.
Yeah, I'll make a few comments about the architectural design. I don't have an issue with the architectural style, and I think the material palette's nice, and appreciate the designer responding to the town architect's comments, especially regarding the windows, recessing the windows. And so I think the material palette's nice. I think what the issue here is, and I think the neighbors have made clear, is that while the design conforms with all the town zoning standards, such as height limit, FAR, lot coverage, etc., it is bulky. Like the massing is bulky. So I feel like that's maybe trying to focus in on why this feels maybe incompatible to the neighbors at this moment. And truth be told, I know we're not supposed to comment about the ADU, but this is an additional 1,000 square feet to the house, and I understand, it's allowable under state law, and I really do like the idea of multi-generational living. I think that's something that's evolving with the single-family homes in California, and I appreciate that. But it does add this dimension of bulkiness to the overall proposal. So I think, going along with the motion, just some thoughts off the top of my head, some things that could maybe help reduce the bulk are reallocate, not necessarily even reducing the square footage, but reallocating some of the square footage to the ground floor, or perhaps even doing a partial basement, half subterranean or something like that. Not a full basement. I know that can get very expensive, but instead of having so much square footage allocated to the second floor, somehow redistributing that and thinking about the floor plan. I know that's probably not what maybe the owner wants to hear, but I think there can, with some creativity from the designer, I think there can be a way to find some compromise here so that the house doesn't feel so bulky. But in terms of the architectural style and the material palette and everything else, I don't have an issue with that.
Thank you for that comment. I think if there's no other comments, then I'll call the question and ask those who are in favor to raise their hand. Through. And opposed? It passes unanimously. Thanks very much.
And through the vice chair, it'd be real helpful if you could continue it to a date certain.
Yes, please. We have a
June 10th or 24th? 10th or 24th?
Look for a suggestion from staff that would allow the applicant to have sufficient time.
So probably June 10th or June 24th, and then we don't have any meetings in July.
Okay, I suggest June 24th.
I think 24th is, well, unless it's like, with our agenda, unless.
Is that enough time for the applicant?
The 24th?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 10th is like pretty soon,
Okay.
but.
From my perspective, I think the 24th would be needed. I don't see how they can turn that around and staff analyze and write the report in time.
And if we need to continue again, is that, okay, perfect.
Okay. So with that, the motion's been approved. We have a date certain for the continuance. And are there appeal rights?
There are not.
Because it's a continuance. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. And let's take a break, let's say 10 minutes. And I appreciate everyone's patience. And we'll do our best to complete the rest of the agenda in a timely manner. Thank you. So the Planning Commission meeting is now reconvened. I'm going to exercise my authority as chair to move item number 6 next. I think it'll take a little time, and then we'll be able to concentrate on 5. And I know I appreciate all of you being patient, and hopefully we'll get right to that matter. So if I can get to my notes. There we go. Okay, so as to item 6, we're asked to consider forwarding a recommendation of approval to the Town Council of the draft proposed capital improvement program budget for fiscal years 2026-2027 to 2030, 2031. And is there a staff report on this item?
Perfect. Thank you, Sean. Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Gary Heap. I'm the town engineer for the town of Los Gatos here. And this evening I've got for you a presentation for the 26-27 to 30-31 CIP program. Next slide. So this evening, the Planning Commission's role and what we're asking for is that you review the proposed 26-27 to 31 CIP, which was linked in the staff report this evening, and that you find that the budget or the project itself is categorically exempt per section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act, and that the projects proposed in this CIP budget are consistent with the general plan, the North 40 specific plan, the Albright specific plan, which is the Netflix area, as well as the Hillside specific plan. Next slide. So the CIP itself addresses a number of projects really to the town's assets and public infrastructure, including those that include roads, parks, open space, public buildings, retaining walls, storm drain, parking lots, etc. The total 5-year CIP budget itself within the document is almost $41 million, and the single year 26-27 CIP budget is right around 5.9. There are several revenue sources that are basically fund the capital projects and feed into the GFAR project fund account. And these include a number of cost-sharing opportunities from various agencies, grants, carry forwards, Measure G, as well as other funding sources, including traffic mitigation fees, grants, stormwater impact fees, et cetera. Again, and those then all feed into the funding for the individual projects. Next slide, please. So the CIP projects are categorized into several groups, and those include street programs, parks and trails programs, and then public facilities programs. Within those individual areas, we have subcategories. Within the streets programs, we have the street reconstruction and resurfacing, street maintenance and safety, street improvements and bridges. Within the parks and trails programs, we have the parks improvements projects as well as trail improvement projects. And then for the public facilities, we have infrastructure and equipment projects. Next slide. So the approach of the 5-year CIP really focuses on continued funding based on projects and project priorities. We've closed out a number of projects, and those are listed in the CIP. Very happy that we were able to complete projects last year, as well as then continuing this trend that we did last year, which was to tier the projects into tier 1, 2, and 3 projects so that we could better address those. Factors included in the determination of those tiers were funding, grant deadlines, and staffing. The tier 1 projects are the ones we really want to focus on for this next fiscal year. The tier 2 projects are projects that were partially funded, but there just wasn't enough staffing to actually be able to address. And next slide. And the tier 3 projects were just flat out unfunded and unstaffed, but are great ideas, and we hope to bring those projects forward in the future. The CIP projects do align with the town council identified strategic priorities, and when we bring those forward to council for approval, we make sure and identify those strategic priorities specifically. Next slide. So again, this evening, we're asking for you to make that determination that the CIP is consistent with the general plan guidelines. Those that include both the mobility element, the public facilities and service and infrastructure element, the open space, parks and recreation element, environmental and sustainability, and lastly, the hazards and safety element of the general plan. Examples of projects that are really supporting the mobility element, including our annual street repair and resurfacing project, our Highway 17 bicycle and pedestrian bridge, and the Shannon Road repair. Projects or examples of projects that support the public facilities and service infrastructure include our ongoing ADA compliance efforts and the parks, playgrounds, fiber art replacement, which we do annually. Open space, parks and recreations projects include the sports court resurfacing and the Oak Meadow Bandstand project, which will be starting up after the July 4th holiday. The environmental and sustainability area of the general plan are supported by the annual storm drain improvement projects, our EV charging stations that we're going to be putting in at 41 miles, the stormwater system pollution prevention compliance, and lastly, the battery-powered supply that is being installed at our library. The hazards and safety sections of the general plan are supported by a real large number of projects, including the roadside fuel reduction efforts, our vegetation management efforts, the Vasona Oaks drainage failure repair, the 709 University work that we're doing to repair a storm drainage pipe out there, the Loma Street drainage study and analysis that we're doing, IT disaster resiliency, as well as the Blossom Hill Road safety improvements from Union out to Camden. So this was an effort to address a question that I received recently about which projects specifically were addressed and how those all tied into the general plan elements. And so I did go through the effort and made sure that every single one of those was able to be tied specifically and directly to a general plan element. And I do apologize for the fact that this is somewhat unreadable, but they do tie. Next slide, please. So staff's recommending this evening that the Planning Commission find that the projects, or the budget in this case, is categorically exempt per section, again, 15061B3 of CEQA guidelines. Find that the projects in the proposed 26-27 to 30-31 CIP budget are consistent with the general plan, North 40 specific plan, Albright specific plan, and Hillsdale specific plan. And lastly, please forward a recommendation of approval of the proposed CIP budget to the Town Council. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much for that. And we'll start with Commissioner Stump.
I just want to say thank you for that last table, not the size of it, but going through that exercise, because the findings do ask us to approve the projects, and there are 2 full pages of projects that I personally thumbed through but didn't really look through. Mm-hmm. So thank you for connecting the dots.
Absolutely.
Questions? I guess we'll call Commissioner Thomas.
Happy to do a motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's proceed.
Make a motion. Okay, I move.
Through the Vice Chair, I'm
sorry.
sorry, we need to open the public hearing and take comments if there are any.
I apologize. So Gus, you're up again for 3 minutes.
Testing, okay. I've been to the Finance Commission meetings and some of this, and I do have major concerns because there's a lot of questions, and if anybody, I know one person here went to there, and there's something called banking going on, and I've already brought up Loma Street, and I can show you pictures if you can pull this, because this is not the time to just pass a budget, because there's some major concerns in their question. The Finance Commission is questioning the town and how they're doing this budget. And I didn't realize until, just looking at this, that you guys are asking, actually looking at finances. And I don't think that's your duty as much as it's, because they're the accountants. And so if you should make sure they clear it, or at least on the Loma Street, I can show you pictures, and I really question that we need to spend. The soccer field was 2.5 million, which I brought up, the replacement cost, and it cost $1 million to do it. And I'm always saying this is the Finance Commission is talking about banking, and because there's $6 million there. So unless you really know what's going on, just don't pass this. You should talk to them, talk to the finance people in the Finance Commission, because they're balking at what's going on. So please, keep an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Questions for the speaker? No. Or do we have any other speakers? No one on Zoom. Okay, so I didn't open this as a public hearing. It was a public hearing. So I apologize for that, and I'll close the public hearing and ask if commissioners have any questions or wish to propose a motion. Commissioner Thomas?
I'll make a motion then. So I move to forward a recommendation of approval to the town council for the draft proposed capital improvement program budget for fiscal years 2026-27 to 30-31. And I can make the findings that it is categorically exempt from CEQA and consistent with the general plan and all of the specific plans that are applicable. And I think that's it.
Is there a second? Commissioner Sorty, discussion? All in favor? Question?
Discussion?
You anticipated?
Discussion. Yeah, I do support forwarding it to the town council, but I do want to add that I am not endorsing the projects themselves per se. So I just want to specifically mention that.
All right, other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hand, please. And it's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, so now moving on to item 5. Which again is the consideration of a request for approval to modify an existing conditional use permit for expanded hours of operation in an institution for religious observant West Valley Muslim Association on properties owned R18, located at 16769 Farley Road, APN 424-21062, categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15301, existing facilities. Property owner, West Valley Muslim Association, Osmer Ghafoor, president, applicant Razi Muhyiddin, I'm sorry if I got that wrong, and the project planner is Jocelyn Shootman. Ms. Shootman, do we have a staff report? Okay, yeah, it's understood. Commissioner Thomas has to leave because she's in proximity.
Yes, I live in proximity to this project, so I need to recuse myself. So thank you.
Thank you. Shootman?
Thank you and good evening. On April 22nd, the Planning Commission discussed this item and received testimony from both the applicant and a representative of the neighborhood group. At the April 22nd meeting, the Planning Commission continued this item to a date certain of May 13th with direction to staff to bring back a revised resolution and conditions of approval that incorporated the modifications provided by the Planning Commission. Since the publication of the staff report, there has been an addendum and a desk item report with additional public comments. The desk item report provided this afternoon also includes alternative conditions of approval for consideration by the Planning Commission, including an updated draft resolution as well. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schutman. Are there questions for staff? No? Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to ask the town attorney to address the issue of the public meeting, which was closed at our last session, and determine what recommendations are made at this time.
Yes, so in today's desk item, there are alternative conditions of approval for the Commission's consideration. And the reason those are there is since the last Planning Commission meeting, the town received a lot of public comment on this issue. And so staff ran all those public comments through RLUIPA analysis. And as the Commission will recall, the RLUIPA analysis consists of determining whether or not there's a substantial burden created by a condition, what the compelling government interest is, and whether the proposed condition is the least restrictive means of addressing that compelling government interest. In addition, the town needs to determine whether the conditions treat the use on equal terms with comparable uses and do not discriminate amongst different faiths. And then in addition, with regard to each condition of approval that the town adopts, the town needs to articulate what the impact is that needs to be addressed, and then articulate how the condition of approval mitigates that impact. So with that in mind, staff is proposing some alternative conditions, and I'd be happy to run through those if that would be helpful to the Commission. And I also wanted to say that based on due process concerns, since the alternative conditions do deviate from what was originally presented to the Planning Commission, my recommendation to the Commission would be that the public hearing be reopened for the limited purpose of speaking only to those conditions of approval that have changed.
Thank you for that. So the red line showing the changes is Exhibit 41, is that correct?
That's correct. And then in addition, there are some other changes to the conditions that were proposed in the staff report that are not captured in the desk item 41. And I can read those into the record as well.
This would be a good time to do that.
Okay. So the first one is condition of approval number 23 in the desk item, and it was number 25 in the staff report. And the condition previously read that parking lot monitoring training would be provided by the Los Gatos Montecito Police Department if available. And staff has confirmed that training is not available from the police department. And so staff is proposing that the condition read instead, with training as available by an entity that provides this type of training.
Thank you.
The next change is condition 26 in attachment 41, and it was 28 in the staff report. And the condition previously proposed that the parking lot add a specific number of spaces, and the current proposal is that the applicant shall submit an application proposing additional parking spaces to the Community Development Department within 6 months of the final approval date and complete the construction improvements within 1 year of the final approval date. The parking lot expansion shall add 23 parking spaces or up to as many possible based on compliance with town standards. And then the rest of that condition would remain the same.
Okay, thank you for that.
The next change is to condition of approval 31 in the attachment 41 and 33 in the staff report. It previously said that the applicant would complete its building permit application process to construct a door to allow pedestrian ingress and egress. The new proposal is the applicant shall submit a building permit application and receive final inspection to construct an opening in the concrete wall in front of the property for the purpose of allowing pedestrian ingress and egress to the site without walking in the driveway within 1 year of the final approval date. And then the final one is condition of approval 32 in the desk item and 34 in the staff report. And it previously read that all site and parking lot lighting shall be full cutoff, downward directed, and at the building code minimum brightness level during quiet hours. And staff is proposing to add within 1 year of the final approval date to the end of that sentence. So those are the items that were captured in the staff report, but not the desk item. And so now, if this is a good time, I could run through the rest of the changes to the conditions of approval if the commission is interested in considering alternative conditions of approval.
I think in the interest of public communication and for those who may not have had an opportunity to look at the red line, which was only recently produced, that it would be a good idea for us to do that, if you would.
Okay. Yes.
Did you say as you go through these to offer alternatives or at the conclusion?
So I wanted to run through the new alternative conditions of approval so that the commission has a good understanding and also the public can hear what they are. Okay. And so the first change would be to condition of approval number 7 in the in both the desk item and the staff report. So it used to say that there would be an annual compliance review in perpetuity. And the alternative condition would say, for the 3 years following approval, the Planning Commission shall conduct an annual compliance review of the conditional use permit. This compliance review shall be completed at the applicant's expense. And the reason that this alternative is being proposed is that staff is conscious of the RLUIPA requirement that religious faiths be treated on equal grounds and that similar uses be treated equally. And so staff conducted a review of other conditional use permits that have been issued by the town, and we did not locate any conditional use permits that had longer than a 3-year compliance review period. The next change would be regarding general hours, which is number 12 in the attachment to the desk item. It previously spoke to hours of operation in general, and staff wanted to make a distinction between hours for worship service versus hours for other activities. And so the new proposed language would say that worship services shall not begin earlier than 1.5 hours before sunrise or extend past 10:30 p.m. daily, except as specified in condition 13, seasonal late hours exception. And then a new subsection B would be added to say other activities are limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Thank you.
And then with regard to condition of approval 14, it previously stated that vehicles would be limited to the number of on-site parking spaces and that the evening prayer service would be limited to the maximum building occupancy for the facility. We were not able to locate any other conditional use permits that had a limitation on the number of vehicles. And we were also concerned that it would be difficult to enforce because vehicles are allowed to park on public streets. Condition 15 addresses lot closure. And so originally the language read that the lot was required to be vacated within 30 minutes of the end of the last service. This would add a new sentence to say, for all other activities, the parking lot shall be vacated by 10 p.m.
Yeah, that's the last sentence. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Food vendors originally is number 18, and that originally stated that only the interior of the parking lot would be used for food vendors. We felt that we'd better to have it be more specific, and so the alternative language would say food vendors associated with events shall be located at least 20 feet from the property line. The next one is 19, high attendance guidelines. It looks like that was just relocated. And so that provides at least 30 days before any recurring or seasonal period of high attendance where on-site parking is insufficient to accommodate parking demand. The applicant shall provide members and attendees written reminders regarding respectful parking practices, including use of on-site spaces, carpooling where possible, and avoidance of spillover impacts on surrounding residential streets. Minimizing congregating in the parking lot to adhere to quiet hours requirements, compliance with all applicable conditions of approval. Documentation of this communication, e.g. copy of written notice, email, and posting on the facility's website, shall be maintained on file and made available to the Community Development Director upon request. Section 20 addresses noise mitigation, and staff is proposing an alternative condition that would provide that the applicant must comply with the town's noise ordinance. At the last Planning Commission meeting, the commission was interested in prohibiting amplification altogether. However, staff was not able to locate any other conditional use permits in town that prohibit amplification altogether, and so staff is recommending being consistent. Parking lot monitoring is number 23, and the alternative condition provides that training by the Los Gatos Montesrino Police Department will be provided if available. Number 24, driveway operations. That's redlined, but that's not a new change. That is simply saying that the right turn sign at the end of the driveway can be removed. And then 26, the new language or the alternative language is proposed to clarify exactly what is intended by repairs to the parking lot. And so the last two sentences would read, within 6 months of the final approval date, the existing parking lot shall be repaired so that cracks, bumps, or other anomalies do not contribute to additional noise generation of passing vehicles. Thereafter, the parking lot shall continue to be maintained to avoid conditions like cracks and bumps which generate noise. Condition 28, the alternative provides for different ways of providing sound and light mitigation. The applicant is to fill in any gaps in plantings or fencing by either planting a hedgerow to fill in gaps at perimeter fences, planting a variety of native trees and shrubs for the purpose of sound and light mitigation, or installing screens as approved by the Community Development Director within 1 year of the final approval date. If plantings are selected, they shall be a minimum size of 3 gallons, and the selected plantings shall grow 2 to 4 feet per year. The specific planting shall be based on discussions with the applicant and the Community Development Director. The planting shall be maintained at a height of 8 feet. Additionally, the applicant shall offer to provide plantings or movable barriers to the neighbor across the street in order to reduce headlight intrusion into the residential property across the street. Condition of approval 29 reflects what the commission discussed at the last meeting, which was obscuring vehicle headlights through the use of privacy mesh windscreens or portable planters or screenings as proposed in the letter that the commission received prior to its last meeting. Section 30 is regarding fencing, and it used to require that the applicant apply for a fence height exception for the entire fence currently. And then the alternative language says, as portions of the fencing are replaced in the future, the applicant shall submit an application for a fence height exception for the purpose of increasing the height of existing fences to 8 feet in order to mitigate noise and light pollution. Condition 33, the alternative language provides that the applicant's online calendar will provide at least a 60-day notice in advance of events and activities scheduled to take place. So the change is to replace the word proposed with scheduled activities. And the intent was to make it clear that this notice is intended to be required for activities that are pre-scheduled. And then condition 20 previously provided that the applicant would provide written notice to members 5 to 10 days prior to a scheduled event anticipated to have an attendance of 100 or more persons, and to remind attendees of the rules regarding the use. The alternative language would provide that the applicant will provide a monthly notice to its membership, and the purpose of that is to avoid repetitive notices, and all the admonitions could be given in one monthly notice to the membership. And then the conditions regarding having the applicant request information from Santa Clara County Fire Department and the Police Department have been removed. And the reason that alternative is being proposed is that staff will be requesting that information rather than asking the applicant to request it. So that is a summary of the changes that are contained in the alternative conditions of approval.
Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. And with respect to your recommendation that the public hearing be open for the specific purpose of talking about those changes, is that a decision to be made by the Planning Commission?
Yes.
As a whole?
Yes.
Okay. So my proposal to my fellow commissioners is that we first undertake, we need a motion to reopen the public hearing for the specific purpose of discussing with the applicant and members of the public those changes which were just read by the town attorney. Commissioner Burnett?
I'll second that.
No, I didn't make a motion. You're making the motion?
I thought that was the motion, sorry.
No, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Stump.
Just wanted to ask for a clarification. there are some things that may be changed by commissioners or recommended changes. Are we going to propose those recommended changes now or after we open public hearing?
That's a good question.
That is at the commission's discretion. I do think it would be good to have that discussion now so that members of the public can react to the potential changes.
Okay, I agree with that recommendation. It makes common sense. Commissioner Stump, did you want to commence with your proposed changes that are in addition?
Yeah, I'll be glad to start the process. As you all know, at the last meeting, I proposed a couple of capacity measures. One was to take a look at the early morning service and the late evening service, and specifically ask Rosie and thank you, for giving me numbers. And so tried to work through the numbers and then discovered that those numbers would not be fair, would not be used, would not be supported. So then you saw us move to vehicles. You've got 180 spaces in your lot currently, so the number would be 180. My whole reason for doing this is because I still have serious concerns about public safety on Farley Road, not only for the residents, but also for the mosque goers, and the traffic flow, et cetera, and just trying to put a capacity in here somewhere. So what did I do? So today, because we just found out yesterday that the number of 180 would not be acceptable, and to base it on parking, I did a deep dive into the CUPs for religious institutions in Los Gatos. I reviewed 8 CUPs, and that's really kind of the majority of the CUPs for religious institutions in Los Gatos, and found that all of them had a stated capacity in their CUP. 4 of them, and that included Calvary Church, Venture Church, Los Gatos Methodist Church, and Assembly of God, had specific calculations for their maximum capacity. And that calculation is very simple. And once again, it takes us right back to parking. Parking times 4. So for all of those religious institutions, their capacity is calculated based on parking spaces times 4. And so what I would be recommending, and again, in the spirit of public safety, et cetera, that we do put a capacity number in on this CUP as well to be consistent with the other religious institutions in the town of Los Gatos. So I'm not sure where it would fit here because we have obviously eliminated general hours vehicle limitation, but it might be general hours capacity, and that capacity would be set at 720. That is 180 times 4. Obviously, you've got a parking lot expansion potentially on the horizon, and it sounds like that's something that could be addressed in the next annual review if that parking lot expansion is addressed, my opinion, at this point. When we get to late hours, we've talked about needing a reasonableness to expand for late hours.
Commissioner Stump?
Pardon? I'm sorry. So that
Can you
would
tell
be.
me how many do you have, or because I'm wondering whether we should vote
No,
independently on each of them so we don't lose track.
Let me just start with 2, and I'm on number 12, but I mean it's been eliminated. It says general hours vehicle limitation.
Okay, thank you.
And then it's down below seasonal late hours vehicle limitation. I would change that to capacity. And so for the late hours, obviously there is a capacity that's been set by Santa Clara County Fire Department, which is 869 as a maximum capacity. And so that would be the maximum capacity during the late hours. 720 during general period of time, that's 11 months of the year, and 869 during the Ramadan period. So that would read general hours capacity and seasonal late hours capacity. It probably could be merged, those 2 items.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I guess, yeah. I move to set capacities for general hours and seasonal late hours of 720 and 869 respectively.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Is there a second? Commissioner Burnett?
I will second that.
Discussion. Commissioner Meyer?
Question for the town attorney. Is Commissioner Stump's point about the calculation 4 times the amount of parking spaces, is that consistent with the other religious COPs that he cited?
We've done the math for, I think, 2 of the other CUPs, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was a ratio of 1 to 4.
That's correct. The ratio of 1 to 4 is coming from the town code. The town code requires 1 parking space for every 4 seats. So that's where that's coming from. And we identified 2 conditional use permits that this attendance cap was used for.
I guess I would dispute that because I went in and researched today and came up with 4 that use that same methodology, and I named those: Calvary Church, Venture Church, Los Gatos Methodist Church, and the Assembly of God.
Okay.
So I'm pretty certain about that.
I appreciate that, and we did hear that. Comments by anyone else? I'd like to ask the town attorney whether those proposed changes are consistent with RLUIPA.
In my opinion, yes, because the faith would be being treated on equal terms with other conditional use permits that have been issued to other congregations in town.
And is there a way to know under that law whether there needs to be unanimity among the other congregants, the other religious institutions with respect to that kind of a limitation on capacity?
The law just provides that a public agency can't discriminate amongst different faiths. And so I think a court would say, different faiths have to be treated roughly the same. And of course, you can take into account different characteristics of different uses.
Do we have a number of, I guess there are a number of religious institutions on the comparison chart that do not have such limitations. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes. Yeah. And so also another thing is whenever the commission is imposing a condition, it's good to specify what the impact is that needs to be addressed and how the condition will address that impact.
Commissioner Stump, do you wish to respond to that recommendation by the town attorney?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
When it comes to a vote, it will be good to articulate on the record what the impact is that's being addressed by any new condition of approval that the town opts to impose on the permit. So address what impacts need to be addressed via a condition of approval and how that condition of approval mitigates the problem.
I will state the impact to the mosque, or the mosque will state the impact.
So if the commission opts to add new conditions of approval as part of the discussion, the record should reflect what the impact is that needs to be addressed and how the condition of approval solves for that problem.
I guess I would look back and say, 1, there's a consistency with other religious institutions in the town of Los Gatos, at least 8 of them, that have capacity numbers that have been specifically identified that aren't necessarily set by Santa Clara County Fire Department, and that it's for their safety as well. And as I mentioned, just the overall, public safety, traffic flow, pedestrians. Again, we've got 3,500 people a week traveling through that neighborhood. We have 5,000 a week traveling through that during Ramadan. This at least provides some target ceiling. And in fact, I think what we're going to find, we've said 720, right? That's per service, times 5. They could have 3,500 people at their site a day. So what is really the restriction? It really comes down to this is a capacity number that's established in consistency with other religious institutions in Los Gatos.
Okay, so let's assume that that's part of your motion. Is there any further comment at this point? I mean, I'd like to express my strong opinion that we're interfering with the First Amendment and RLUIPA rights of congregants to attend the institution of their choice, to express their, to exercise their religion. And those points are made by legal counsel in the staff report. I think that those need to be deeply considered because of the consequences of a violation. So I would be voting against that motion, but if there's no other discussion, I'll call the question.
Chair, my question, though, would be, then I guess you're saying we're in violation with all the other CUPs that we have with religious institutions in the town of Los Gatos.
I'm addressing the application that's before the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I understand, and I guess I'm sticking with the consistency of what the town of Los Gatos has done to date.
Right.
And by the way, I respect, obviously I respect, your opinion. I desperately want to make sure that we do things right. And I would never want to put, the town at risk, et cetera. But like I said, 720 people per service, that doesn't seem like a real capacity constraint.
I'll just add before we call the question that if we're not dealing with fire safety with an occupancy limitation, then we're looking at restricting someone's right to exercise their religious preference. Commissioner Sorty.
Can I ask for clarification from the town attorney on that? I had thought, and forgive me if I'm getting confused here, I thought the question was put to you whether Commissioner Stump's suggestion, as long as we justified it properly by citing the impact and the rationale for it, would not violate our LUPA in your opinion. So it seemed like your opinion is differing from the chair's opinion.
And that's to be expected because the courts go in all different directions on these cases. And so it's very fact specific. So it's going to come down to the facts of what is in front of the commission tonight. And so it's going to be, those very same 5 factors that we always consider. Is it a substantial burden? What's the interest being solved? Is this the least restrictive means? Are we treating this use comparable to non-religious uses? And are we discriminating amongst faiths? And that's the same analysis that the court would do when it comes to a court.
Other questions of staff or comments? Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, I have a question. So these, the 4 CUPs of religious organizations in Los Gatos, was it identified why the specific calculations were made? Was it based on safety? Was it based on fire? What was it based on?
I don't think staff has that information tonight.
And that didn't come up in Commissioner Stump's inquiry?
Oh, sorry, I'm just speaking for staff's research.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no other discussion, I'll call the question on Commissioner Stump's motion. All those in favor, raise their hand, please. We have 3, and those against? 2. The motion passes. Okay, there were two parts to your motion. I just want to make sure that we've captured both of them, right? Okay. Does anyone else have changes to the proposed conditions that were presented and by the town attorney? I don't see any. I have a couple. On condition 26, the parking lot expansion, it was always my intent that any of those cracks, bumps, or other anomalies be treated on a localized basis, not having a resurfacing of the entire parking lot. And so my proposal is to say within 6 months of the final approval date, the existing parking lot shall be repaired on a local basis so that cracks, bumps, and other anomalies do not unreasonably contribute to additional noise generation of passing vehicles. That's one. I have two more. On condition 28 relating to landscape plantings, the applicant shall fill in any existing gaps in plantings or fencing by either planting a hedgerow and gaps or perimeter fences, planting a variety of native trees, etc. I think that should only be at residential perimeters, not at all sides. And my third one was in 33 on activity calendars. I was persuaded by the applicant's materials that should remain at 30 days rather than 60 days. So I don't know if we want to discuss those individually or move for I could make a motion to approve all those separately, combined. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, I have a question. Did you say on number 33 that you wanted applicant online calendar shall provide at least a 30-day versus 60?
30 rather than 60, yes. And there were reasons articulated for that. So I'll make a motion to approve those three changes that I just mentioned, and looking for a second. Commissioner Mayor?
I'll second.
Discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand, show aye. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And I didn't hear other commissioners who had changes in addition to the staff's proposals.
Can you give just 1 minute for a quick?
Sure.
Just look it over. Thanks.
You have other proposals, Mr. Stone? Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll come to the question of whether or not to open the public hearing again for the specific purpose of considering the proposed modified conditions prepared by the town staff and attorney, as well as the changes that were approved just now by Mr. Stump and Mr. Stump's motion and mine. And is there a motion on that?
Okay, I'll make a motion to reopen discussion based on the specific questions that were related by the chair.
All right, is there a second? Commissioner Stump? All right, is there a discussion? All right. In light of the town attorney's recommendation in this regard, I'll call the question and have those in favor raise their hand. And it passes unanimously. So would it be staff's recommendation that the applicant proceed first, I assume, to address?
Yes.
To address those? Okay, if you'd please come forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there a question or should I just address?
Well, my preference would be if you look through the red line and articulate to us those that are acceptable to the applicant and those that are not. And for those that are not, the reason.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vice Chair Barnett. And also I want to thank the staff and the town attorney for looking through this thing and proposing an alternate set of conditions. Really appreciate that. This is definitely in the right direction, but we still have a number of objections to that, and I want to highlight that and would like your consideration for that. The number one objection that we would have is the 3-year following approval of the Planning Commission, the compliance review. We just went through 2 years of Ramadan in the past 2 years, and you can see the way that we have acted here and have improved our operations in a significant manner here. The amount of expense and the amount of things that our community has gone through over the last 21 months has been a tremendous burden for us. And we would not like to subject again for another 3 years. So we would like to request that we go back to, and I have not seen any conditional use permit that has a 3-year compliance review, at least in my analysis. And I have looked through and spent a tremendous amount of time on every conditional use permit. So I'd like to request that be scaled back to a single review 1 year from here. So that's number one. And I have a few more points over there, but happy to answer any questions about that.
I don't see any questions. Please proceed.
Okay. The second one is I want to come to the parking lot. In general, the parking lot, adding additional spaces is something that we would definitely like to do. However, adding spaces without actually going through fixing the root damage and reconfiguration is a formidable cost for us. It is actually even more, this was something that has not been even though we have been trying to figure out how to plan and fund this thing, it has been a bigger issue for us. And what we would like to do is recommend that we be given some additional time for that, for adding spaces specifically, not for the changes that you requested, which was to repair from a noise perspective. So for adding spaces, we would like to request 3-year time period for that, because it's not just a matter of adding spaces. We'll have to actually reconfigure the remaining lot, and that requires the $1 million plus expense.
Understand that. Thank you.
Okay. The third item is that there was significant change from our perspective in the language that was made from hours of operation to worship services. And currently, the way that we operate, and this is something that we're already doing today, is that usually there's always a prayer service, and the prayer service is immediately, typically followed by a brief talk or a brief discussion group, essentially a small discussion group that is handled over there. And on some occasions, like for example, on Saturdays, we typically have something we call Fajr and coffee. What that basically means is that we pray the Fajr and then we usually have a coffee among all of the things. It's the natural thing for us to do in order to have a community get together effectively, right? That's part of our normal services that we provide as part of that. One of the concerns I have is that, as I've pointed out before, every little language essentially is being sometimes used against us effectively in order to call the police department or the fire department. I spent an hour on Friday with the deputy fire marshal, because somebody called the fire marshal and said, checked our space again, as an example. So we are under intense scrutiny, and what I would like to do is request that the language be very clear so that we are not found in violation of small things that happen. So I'd like to make sure that we request that that be changed back to hours of operation, ideally, because I don't want to say that, you can only pray and you must leave immediately after. No, you cannot have coffee afterwards, or you cannot have a small group discussion or a talk by our religious leader there. So I would really appreciate if that can be changed back to the hours of operation. Or at a minimum, it be clarified that worship service is followed by any other related activities.
Could you explain that last comment, please? We're talking about item 12, condition 12?
This is condition 12, yes.
And your objection is to B, other activities are limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m.?
Yeah, so for example, if there is a small talk, a small lecture as an example, that's not considered, is that okay to have or not okay to have? We do that today. We have, after prayer, we will have our imam or religious leader give a small talk for 10, 15 minutes. On Saturdays, we have, like I said, Fajr and coffee, where we get together and sit around and have indoors coffee. So I want to make sure that we are not in violation of the conditions of use by just calling it worship services.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it actually also applies to 14 lot closure rule as well. Notwithstanding the quiet hours limitation for worship, the parking lot shall be vacated. So that's kind of another place where the word worship appears as opposed to the hours of operation.
The last sentence, for all other activities, the parking lot shall be vacated by 10? Is that?
No, the first part of that. I will come back to the last sentence that you highlighted in a minute here. So I'm looking at Exhibit 41, lot closure rule. It starts off with saying, notwithstanding the quiet hours limitation for worship, the parking lot shall be vacated by 11 p.m. Right?
I'm looking at 40, I think.
The marked up copy.
Yeah, 15 is the lot closure rule.
Yeah.
And just so I understand, what specific language is it that you find objectionable based on the closeness of these activities, or you might even characterize it as part of the worship?
Yeah, so I would clarify that for worship and related services, related activities.
Okay, we can go on to your next one.
On the lot closure rule, I have two other items. I would like to request a resident exclusion on that. Currently, the resident, they are, our imams reside there. Right now, it does not have a resident exclusion over there. So I would like to request that, notwithstanding the quiet hours limitation and for worship and residents, the parking lot shall be vacated. Okay, so that's number one. And the last one is the last sentence in that got newly added. It says, for all other activities, the parking lot shall be vacated by 10 p.m. I'll tell you the challenge that we have with this one, which is, I don't know, one of the biggest problems for us is actually, and the reason why we requested a flat 10:30 p.m. Closure is because there is a tremendous amount of confusion. I don't even know right now. There are multiple times listed here in this thing. Sometimes it says 10:30 p.m., sometimes 11:30 p.m., sometimes 12 a.m., sometimes 10 p.m. And it's very confusing, and it's very hard for us to manage that. And I don't even know what it means by it says, for all other activities, the parking lot shall be vacated by 10 p.m. Notice that in other places it says we will have 30 minutes to vacate the parking lot after our hours of operation. So there is a tremendous amount of confusion that exists over here, and we would like that last sentence to be struck out.
Okay, I think we all understand that request.
Okay, and then I have one other final thing. Just to clarify, the building occupancy limit by fire code today is 869 with chairs and 1,217 without chairs. And we don't have chairs or pews in our facility. Of course, we use it if there are seminars or things like that. For prayer services, we do not use chairs. We have a standing. And so the fire building capacity is 1,217 at this point in time.
Yeah, if I could just ask a question. I recall how many meetings ago now? Probably 2 meetings ago. We had this conversation because I said, please help me understand what happens in your prayer services. Because I understand, obviously, in your carpet, you have lines that really identify where people will stand. So I said, when you pray, are you standing the entire time you pray? Or are people kneeling and prostrating themselves? And I thought the answer was yes, and that takes up just as much space as somebody sitting in a chair, as much as 7 to 10 square feet, because a chair is tagged at 7 square feet of space. So that's where I'm kind of confused, because I've always wondered, what is standing room only? Because that would literally mean you've got people standing for an hour, you've got people standing 2 hours, and
I think he understands the question.
well, I'm trying to get a clarification.
I think he understands the question.
Okay. Yeah. So the way that I look at this is the following, right? Yes, when we pray, we stand, we bow, we prostrate, and we come up effectively. So if I were to line up as an example, then it would be exactly how much it would be. So how much my width is approximately what? I'm taking about a foot and a half probably, and it's about a 4-foot prayer rug. So 4 feet times 1.5 is 6 feet approximately. I don't know what the calculation 1217 is, but certainly the chairs are much wider than that because I have hands and things of that nature and a walkway space and so on. So it's certainly more capacity would be more than 869. So my request would be that we look at the building capacity of 1217 and use that as a factor. And if you, so that would be my recommendation for that.
So are you referring to 11 on occupancy limits?
Mm-hmm.
That provision refers to building occupancy established by the Fire and Building Code, but it's also in...
thought he was probably, again, we did not have numbers for them, Chair, because I said general hours capacity, 720. Seasonal late hours capacity, 869 was the number that I put forward. And I think that Razi is suggesting that number should be 1217. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. Was there
I
anything
think that's all.
further with respect to the written ones or the ones that were passed just this evening by Mr. Stump in my motion?
Yeah, so I think Commissioner Stump's motion was about the 869, so I commented on that already. In terms of your motion, you had 3 additional things that I noted, which I think, which was local fixing of the parking lot.
30 days.
30 days, and residential properties. We appreciate that as well, because one side of the property is on empty land, so we'd like to limit that on the residential properties only. So really appreciate all 3 of those ones as well. I don't remember if there was a second thing that Commissioner Stump had besides the 869 thing. Was there another?
That was setting a capacity for general hours, and that capacity was 720.
Yeah, appreciate that. My suggestion is to, instead of using a 720, use a 4X parking available spot, including off-site parking that might be available. So if that's okay with you.
Well, it'll come up in further discussion.
That's right. Thank you. I don't think I have anything else. Anything else? Okay, that's all I had. We appreciate. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you. All right, so since we've opened the public hearing for specific discussion on the altered proposed conditions, we haven't had an opportunity to have cards submitted. And does staff have a recommendation in that regard?
I would recommend that people who are interested in speaking line up at the mic, and then they can submit speaker cards after that. Or alternatively, the commission could take a break to allow for people to submit speaker cards.
I like the second suggestion. Okay, so what time is it here? We've got 10:42. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll continue until 11. Is that correct, unless there's a motion? 11:30?
The time at which a motion would need to be made to extend is 11:30.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thanks everyone for taking a seat. So now we're going to commence the further public hearing by hearing from members of the public who wish to speak with respect only to the modified conditions that have been proposed tonight by the Planning Commission and those that are in the staff report in Exhibit 40. That's right? Or, yeah, Exhibit 41, excuse me. So we'll begin with Lee Quintana, if she's still here. There you are.
Okay, Lee Quintana. I'm not sure I can speak to what you're asking because that's a lot of stuff that's been thrown at the public sort of at the last minute. I never saw the copy of the red line, so it's hard for me to even figure out right now what the changes that are being proposed. I guess that's for you to deal with. However, I've heard Commissioner Stump looked at 4 or 8 different CUPs. The planning department looked at 2. Somebody else looked at I don't know how many. I've looked at some also, and I came up with a little bit of different ideas from some of the things. I really think you need to see a table comparing all of the church CUPs so that you can see where there's a discrepancy and make it easier to figure out. There's one church that doesn't have nearly the parking spaces that they have the capacity in the church. They may have spaces in the parking district, but I doubt it's enough to make up the discrepancy that you're talking about of 4 parking spaces per person or whatever it is. To me, this has been a very confusing and not well conducted process for a very important application that has lots of implications for everybody in this town. And I'm not here to say what needs to be done, what you should approve, what you shouldn't approve. But I would tell you that on the whole, when I read these conditions, I feel that it's almost like you're trying to punish. It doesn't seem like a level playing field to me. And that's just my overall comment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your...
One other thing I wanted to say. When there are such changes, to have it, I guess it was released this afternoon. I thought I checked to see for updates. I didn't see any. But changes like that really need to be available to the public early enough so they can really read them and digest them and be able to comment on them. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Mr. Radcliffe, on Zoom.
Mr. Radcliffe, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. I'm Jim Radcliffe. I'm the direct neighbor of WVMA. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the annual conditional use permit review. I think that's super important because WVMA has a documented pattern of violations of neighborhood impacts over the past 3 years, and this condition is both reasonable and necessary. Public records show 34 reported violations involving non-compliance with town ordinances. This is not isolated incidents, but an ongoing pattern that has affected the residents and surrounding neighborhood. And there have been acknowledgments that rules were knowingly broken which raises serious concerns about accountability moving forward. The residents have seen little meaningful enforcement or corrective action, especially during evening hours in Ramadan, when activity levels increase and many of the most significant impacts occur. Unfortunately, reporting and enforcement after 6 p.m. appear limited, leaving many neighbors feeling unheard and unsupported. An annual review is not punitive. It's practical oversight tool that promotes transparency, compliance, and accountability. It gives the town an opportunity to evaluate whether permit conditions are being followed and whether neighborhood impacts are being properly addressed. Until there is a reliable system for complaint response and ordinance enforcement, an annual review remains an important safeguard for the community and for restoring public trust in the process. And I would just like to point out, Hillbrook is another entity, and RELIPA says religious and non-religious, you can't discriminate. So there's got to be perpetuity here. And I just want to remind the Planning Commission that this CUP modification was about extending the 5 prayer times and extending hours for Ramadan. Now it's coming. There's so many different things that we're addressing here. It's like they're able to amplify outside. They're going to be able to rent the facility. They're going to have unlimited activities on the weekends. What is the neighborhood getting from all this? There needs to be a balance. I want limited activities on the weekends. I want a cap on the town, on the cars per day. I want some relief from this traffic. I just think there needs to be a balance here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Radcliffe. Next speaker is Michelle S. Or me, Michelle. Michelle, thank you. Michelle. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
I represent one of the neighbors in the Farley Road Neighborhood Coalition, and I want to make sure people understand that we represent and welcome all religions and cultures, both within the people who reside in our space and those who visit our neighborhood. I want to also say that the principles of justice, of having compassion, and human dignity did not improve the outcome for the residents. And we're very disappointed at the current situation. I think the biggest concern I have with the changes that are being proposed is to revert back to an operating hours philosophy versus the creative idea that the staff came up with of separating out prayer services versus other activities. These new conditions have come so far from the original request from the applicant to have the ability to pray 5 times a day and extend the hours to support the lunar calendar for their religious practices, which we support. Over the last several months, and 21 months and 4 years of having WVMA as our neighbors, these new conditions are exasperating the intensity of use. It's not 5 prayers, it's coffee, it's social hour, it's food vendors, it's renting the halls for events, it's providing me a 3-gallon shrub to help me with light pollution. It's completely omitted the residents' mental health and well-being by not comprising any restrictions to the parking along the fence lines, by providing meaningful light and noise pollution remedies. I would like to respectfully ask that we stay with the current prayer service hours and that the other hours of operation don't be one and all inclusive. I think they need to stand separate in order for us to understand what the rules are and how we can abide by those rules. And the lot closure rule is just piling on another half an hour of my sleepless night. So I respectfully request that we leave all other activities as part of the language and we keep the hours of worship services separate from all other events. Any questions?
I'll ask if there's any questions from the commissioners.
I do have a question, thank you. So if you had your choice of, if we were not able to give the things you did want, would you prefer not to then approve the modification?
Based on the instructions for this part of the meeting, I was only allowed to speak to the new language and conditions that were
That's
brought
correct.
forward, which
Yes.
are the 3-year objections for the review, the parking lot, the hours, and the lot closure rule. And am I missing anything else?
Thank
If you
for
want to
that.
open up all of them, I
know,
could
that's
stand
not
here all
gonna
night.
happen. I can guarantee you that. Thank you very much.
Did I answer your question, though?
I guess I had to withdraw my
Yeah,
question.
I'm sorry. I would love to answer it.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate your coming and providing those comments. Mary Hogan is next.
All. Thank you for considering us again. My concern, or to address an item that's tonight's topic, was the hours. At the March 11th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting on CUPU 20-001, Kareem Syed, Community Outreach and Youth Director for WVMA and the applicant representative stated, as Diego mentioned, our request is to extend operation of hours from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. to allow the finish of service and people to exit the facility. The meeting was then opened to public comment. A neighbor asked, how much extension are we talking about? How much more time, activity are we talking about? Commissioner Hoodis responded, staff report says applicant proposes to expand hours of operation from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. during 30 days annually of Ramadan. Public comment was closed and the applicant was invited back to respond. Mr. Syed stated, so the hours of use that we're extending is from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. And for that amount of time, we're expecting maybe about 5 to 10 cars leaving prior to 11 p.m. around that time. So it's not extensive in terms of congregation that will be leaving at that time. Commissioner Hanson then asked, and then could you clarify for how long is this going to happen? Mr. Syed replied, oh, it's going to be for 30 days, starting around the end of April, going into May. Commissioner Hanson asked, so then for the rest of the year, it would be 10 p.m.? And Mr. Syed replied, yes. Tonight, regarding CUPU 24010 and the proposed modifications, I would like to ask the applicant the same basic question the neighbor asked in 2020. How much extension are we talking about? How much more time and activity are we talking about? Because tonight's proposed language appears materially different from what was discussed in 2020. The May 13 draft conditions state services shall not begin earlier than 1.5 hours before sunrise or extend past 10:30 p.m. daily, except as specified in condition 14, seasonal late hours exception. And under the seasonal late hours exception, for a 30-day period during Ramadan, services may extend beyond 10:30 p.m. as follows: until 11:30 p.m. when sunset is before 7:30 p.m., until 12 a.m. when sunset is after 7:30 p.m. So I am asking for clarification tonight. What exactly is being extended? Is it hours of operation? Is it the time of services may continue? Or the time by which the parking lot must be cleared? And what level of additional activity is anticipated after 10:30 p.m.? Will it be 5 to 25 cars?
Thank you. Your time is up, but we are asking my fellow commissioners, I'm getting tired, my fellow commissioners if they have any questions for you. Ms. Hogan? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Can I ask the applicant to reply? What would
No,
be?
you cannot. I understand your concern, but I'm sorry, those are the rules. All right. Emily Quintana again, but she's spoken. So Osman Gafoor?
Sure, that's right. Well, thank you, Vice Chair and Commissioners. So I just have a couple of points I just wanted to address. So again, it's to the point that Razzie had made about the compliance review, but I just want to add something to that. There's a sentence at the end of that says, this compliance review shall be completed at the applicant's expense. That's a bit vague, so we just want to have a better understanding of what that is. Is it staff's time? So we just want to point that out, that the ambiguity over there. And the other point I just want to address is the driveway options. This is, I think, in the revised number 24, driveway options. Again, some just wording here. The last sentence here, the applicant shall ensure that the ingress and egress to the neighboring driveways is preserved. Would just prefer to have a bit more, realistic words around that. That doesn't make it, again, ambiguous, which is, the driveway is not blocked, would be our preference for that. So that's the only other 2 points I'd like to add.
I'm sorry, can you identify that?
Yeah, it's number 24 of the, the red line.
I still missed it.
The driveway operations.
24. And which number are we dealing with? I'm sorry.
24. 24. The last sentence there says the applicant shall ensure that ingress and egress to neighboring driveway is preserved. So just to get more clarity, we just say that driveway, our preference is to say is not blocked. Just make it very specific on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And the next speaker is Mr. Elahi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Barnett and Planning Commission members. Thank you for this opportunity and thank you for taking the time. I just wanted one clarification, the issue on the 8 or 10 churches that have their parking ratio 4:1. I think that's more of a building requirement. When you're building a commercial property and it's so many square foot, for each square foot you have to have so many parking spaces. I don't think the other way works. So a church has 1,000 capacity, it may be required to have 250 parking spaces, but I don't believe there's a cup violation if 1,200 people show up for a service in that particular church. What you're asking us to do is to make it a violation of the cup. That does not apply in those 8 cases, I don't believe. I think churches or other places will have the number of cars based on the number of seat availability when they apply for the permit, but correct me if I'm wrong. Does the permit say that if the church goes over the 4 times limit, you're going to close the church down? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions for Mr. Elahi? Don't see any. And the last card I have is for Ann British. Thank you.
Hi. Third member of the Bad Voice Club. Thank you, Commission, and appreciate all of the time and obvious diligence you've put into this. I live on Farley Road. I live in between Los Gatos Boulevard and the WVMA, so I am in a very, very high traffic area. I haven't spoken yet at one of these, so I'm happy to be able to do so tonight. In light of all the conversation tonight and the addendums that have been discussed around capacity, parking, and public safety, I would like the Commission to consider adding permit parking to one side of Farley Road and making another side just no parking. I believe the area around St. Mary's is a good example of this. I've been ticketed there before, so I'm pretty sure that's true. I have a daughter who likes to run through the neighborhood. She does that training for soccer. She used to roller skate when she was littler, and her 2 older sisters who are now in college did the same. And we had, we could be assured that they would be safe. And now that's just near impossible with the number of cars coming in front of my house on a daily basis. If we're talking 3,500 people a day, that's, according to the calculations we've discussed tonight, a minimum of 900 cars on any given day. And that's not high season. So I think that if we would look at making the street closed to parking to some extent. It would solve problems around safety, capacity, and this general parking issue that's been at play. Thank you.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask staff at this point to comment on 2 points that were raised. The first one was the cost of presenting a CUP.
Through the Vice Chair, I believe there's another card up there. I know I collected one from the gentleman in the red hat.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Gus.
Hey, first of all, I think the number of 3,500 or whatever, it should be it's the same people. It's like 700. They're just going 5 times a day. So basically it's 700. I know the biggest problem that happened was they turned right into the neighborhood. If at night nobody turns into the neighborhood and just goes down and get things, the neighbors can't complain. Only six houses can complain. The rest of the neighborhood, if anybody in the mosque if they had to go back into the neighborhood, they can drive down Frank Avenue, but just get on Los Gatos Boulevard, and that's the biggest thing. Another thing was what was I going to say? I forgot my train of thought. Sorry. I'll think of it later. So, I think I know this is tearing up the town, and a lot of people are doing it. This is also 11 o'clock at night where the public can speak when you have the Brown Act or something like that. Oh, I know what I was going to say. This is more between us and you guys with there's Pop-Tart. He has parking in his driveway and stuff like that. That should count, or right in front of his house. So, those types of things. I don't think it should be tied to the parking lot. There's other ways. The capacity should be like around 1,000, and I think they know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus.
And Chair, we have a couple more hands raised to join the No Voice Club
on Zoom.
First is Courtney.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, thank you. I actually have 2 points I wanted to point out. The first one is the annual review. I did share that the cups for the Hillbrook School in Los Gatos, the Muslim Community Association in Santa Clara, as well as the Islamic Association of Immigrants in Hayward, all contain annual compliance review requirements. So this goes to show that the town is actually not singling out the applicant here. We're just merely also ensuring that it's just really neighborhood compatibility here. So I think that there are other cups that require annual compliance review. So that's point 1. Point number 2 is the application merely states that, we're really extending of 1 hour. And the key thing is that to allow the 5 daily prayers. But as we've heard throughout the night, is the intensification of the use and zoning is far from just the additional hour or 5 daily prayers. It's activities year-round, every day, every weekend, and there's no cap to it. So that's another point that I wanted to point out. And lastly, the third point is the financial burden that the applicant talked about. We come to know that the applicant is in escrow to purchase a property in Cupertino that's almost $16 to $17 million, and planning to have $500,000 in terms of improvement there. Now, for the safety of our neighborhood and this on Farley Road, it's over 100 years old, and there needs to be improvement. And to put a 3 years cap on it is. I feel that the financial burden is really a choice, not a burden here. So those are the 3 points I wanted to share with the commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Courtney.
Next speaker is just titled Zoom user. Zoom user, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, hello. Hi, that's me. I'm Kim Ratcliffe. And I just wanted to say thank you, Planning Commission, for all the work that you have done on this and for reopening the public comment section. I wanted to address number 20, the high attendance guidelines, and just let you know that this unfortunately does not address the biggest thing, the biggest issue, the safety out on our street. It says that the mosque, that the applicant is going to remind its members of respectful parking practices and use of on-space sites and carpooling when possible. And I just want to let you know that WVMA is already doing that, and we've seen how it works out. There are up to 300 overflow cars parked on our streets during Ramadan. On Friday, a neighbor watched multiple people park out on the street and walk into the facility because it's a hassle for them to come out and wait in that long bottleneck line to get out. And, I appreciate all the conditions, but it's very confusing, and there's conditions on there that will not help us. The deliveries, that won't help us. What will help us is putting a cap on outside events. WVMA uses it for weddings and fairs and bazaars every weekend. And for example, no other church in Los Gatos uses their outside parking lot for activities. Calvary does not use their parking lot. Faith Lutheran does not use their parking lot. St. Mary's uses their facility for an outside parking lot or for an event one time a year for the St. Mary's Fair. And I'm not even sure they get 5,000 people on one weekend, which is what we get during Ramadan 1 week. So what I'm asking the Town Planning Commission is to hold off on this decision. There's so much subjective information, and Commissioner Burnett, last time you said, we are just piecemealing this together. And the real problem here is the traffic and the unsafe streets, and that is not being addressed. And I know everyone is trying their best, but it's not working it doesn't sound like for the applicant, and it's definitely not working for the neighbors. I agree with the woman that spoke at the very beginning. I feel that the neighbors are being punished, and we've suffered long enough, and we just want to enjoy safe streets and enjoy our backyards and not have to look on WVMA's website and say, can we have people over? Will people be able to park? I don't know. Let's check it out. I mean, we're not asking for a lot. It's not going to take a lot for us to be okay.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay. Thank you so much.
But thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Do we have anyone else on Zoom before 11:30?
No more hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'm going to close the public portion of the public meeting. And I guess my proposal is to continue this meeting to a date certain for the purpose of deliberation by the Planning Commission, hopefully including Vice Chair Birch, and go through sequentially each of the proposed modifications to the conditions, and hopefully come up with a decision that's how can I put this? As fair as possible we can be to the competing interests that are valid, competing interests, and deep ones that are at stake in this matter. And I know we're going to do our best to try to achieve that.
Through the Vice Chair, in anticipation that this may be a possibility, and knowing our upcoming calendars, we have 3 possibilities for a special meeting. One is May 21st, one is June 3rd, and one is June 4th. So I don't know how many of you have your calendar in your mind or in your pocket, but if one of those is satisfactory to at least the majority of the commissioners here, that would be helpful.
You're suggesting that we not do this at a regular meeting because of time?
Absolutely not, because we have a number of items that are coming up on our regular meetings.
Okay, so why don't we take a minute and look at our
And maybe so we're not in such a rush, maybe we get a motion to extend the meeting for 10 minutes while folks look at their calendars and then.
So moved. 10 minutes.
second. Commissioner Mayor?
Second.
Is that unanimous? 10-minute recess. I could do that on my own motion. Thank you. Can you repeat the dates for all of us?
Sure, it's next Thursday, May 21st.
21st, okay.
And then Wednesday, June 3rd, or Wednesday, or Thursday, June 4th.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so reconvening, why don't we start with Mr. Stump, Commissioner Stump, and state your preference or preferences?
May 21.
Okay. Commissioner Sorty?
May 21.
Commissioner Burnett?
May 21.
Commissioner Meyer?
I prefer June 3rd or 4th, but I could potentially make May 21 work. But I know oftentimes the special meetings start at an earlier hour, like 6 p.m. I wouldn't be able to make a 6 p.m. start time. I would be able to make a 7 p.m. start time on the 21st.
We would be looking at 7 p.m.
I have a conflict, but I can make it go away. So the meeting will be continued to May 21st at 7 p.m.
There's a motion, and then you just need a second, and then a vote.
Second. That's my motion.
Yeah, I move to set the next meeting at May 21, 7 p.m.
Second. I'll second the motion. All those in favor? Okay, it passes unanimously. Is there a motion to continue the meeting past 11:30?
I think we already made that motion to add 10 minutes, so
Okay.
we should be good.
All right. Glad we did that. Very good. Thanks, everyone, for your patience and participation. It's very much appreciated, and perhaps we'll see you on the 21st. And with that, I'll call the meeting adjourned.